Hello, everybody, and welcome to this special stream. As I mentioned in my live notification, it's my fourth photo editing stream. For those of you who have been here before, how these photo editing streams go. But since we probably have some new people in here, I'll just explain how these photo editing streams work. Okay, what happens is after I take some photos, if I get at least 30 photos, I take a look over them and see if there's enough that came out okay to be able to stream them. And if there are enough, if there are enough, then I do a stream for photo editing. And the software that I use for my editing, for those of you who are new to these photo editing streams, the main ones are On1 Photo Raw and DxO Photo Lab, though you will see, uh, although you will see me use DxO Photo Lab a lot because there's something called chromatic aberration. Let me just type that in the chat. And what that is the pink or is the pink or purple and green lines that you see in a photo. Like you have to zoom in to find out about whether or not there is that chromatic aberration, and what happened? Well, let me just do the right photo. Oh, just go into the right one. Let me just go into the right one. And like it has to be zoomed in, and what happens is with chromatic aberration, it's especially obvious when you're trying to print it. It's obvious when you're trying to print the photo. You'll see all these green and pink or purple lines, and yeah, it doesn't look nice, so you have to remove it. And On1 Photo Raw leaves too much of green or pink residue, and DxO Photo Lab completely removes the chromatic aberration. Other software that I use is Affinity Photo. This one, it's mostly to remove the dust spots, but sometimes, and this was true 3 weeks ago, there was people in there, and the only way to remove people was something called clone stamping. And how to explain it is, you select the clone stamp tool, and then you select an area of the photo that you think would work best, and then you just and then there'll be a circle, and the area that you selected, that'll be in the circle, and then you just click around until, and sometimes you have to select the area multiple times because it'll just, because that little cross, that little plus sign move with the will move with your mouse, even though you're not in that same area. Uh, but I don't think there are any people that need to be removed in my photos this time. So I don't think I'll be using that tool, but that's something that you have to keep aware of. Another piece of software that I use is mostly Color Effects Pro, just because just because there's additional things that need to be done on top of just the basic edits. Sometimes, like some will use Analog Effects Pro. I don't use it because I don't like putting in these types of effects. What this one does is that it gives effects that old film cameras would give before. One that I will be showing you in one of the photos at some point is Silver Effects Pro. Uh, that's for black and white editing. So there's various types of things you can do with black and white. Just define. I know this one adds sharpening if your photos are a little off, and you can't get it nice in either of these two pieces of software. But I don't think we'll have to do that. Another one that I will be showing you is HDR editing. I'll show you the trick that I use, and I'll explain another trick that some other photographers use. This one is Aurora HDR. You can look it up. Like the most recent version is Aurora HDR 2019. I didn't upgrade to it because I just saw that there was no point. It's your Vesa I don't really use because I mean this is like kind of specific editing, but of a certain area. But I mean, with all the other software that I have, it's not really necessary for me. Lens Flare Studio is something that might come up. Oh, Jess, hey, thanks for coming in. How are you doing today? Yeah, yeah, I know I'm a little late. The morning exercises that I did took a little longer, but yeah, here just going. Yeah, I haven't started. Oh, Andy, hey, thanks for coming in as well. Yeah, yeah, I really appreciate both of you coming in. Yeah, I haven't started yet. Yeah, I got a little late because of the morning exercises, but yeah, we're just explaining the software that I'm using to everybody who's new. So yeah, yeah, like Lens Flare Studio. I mean, if there's a sun flare that is in the picture, I'll be able to show you this one. Um, so let's get started. Now, again, like I mentioned, I'll mostly be using. In fact, it looks like I'll only be using the EXO Photo Lab because chromatic aberration, like it has to do with how the light enters the lenses, and um, some lenses, some lenses uh, just don't do a good job with it. So you see what I was. Okay, well, you saw it disappear, but you saw those purple and green lines there. They so so how's everybody doing today? Hopefully your day has been going well so far. Uh, yeah, but as you saw, those green and purple lines. Okay, so they disappeared, but you saw them. That's why I have this software uh, because it go because the software because it gets rid of the chromatic aberration a lot easier. um, so get rid of that purple fringing there. Then with white balance, it's kind of like how the image looks. Like there's all different types of things. There's daylight, cloudy, flash, shade, tungsten. Then you can also customize it. But like white balance is basically um, how to explain, like kind of like how to balance out the photo so that way it looks either warm or cool and having a pink tint or a green tint, depending on what you actually saw. So yeah, you want to do the daylight. Now another thing that has to be removed is more. This is pink and green lines that show up in the gravel and the dirt and the grass and also in buildings. And yeah, that also isn't nice to remove or nice to look at. And that has to be removed because it's not nice to look at, especially when the image is printed out. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, we'll worry about exposure after we do these other things. Now the Clearview Plus, what that is, as you saw, the sky immediately darkened a bit. Clearview Plus, that's basically DxO's way of saying haze removal. Now, in pictures, especially depending on what you're trying to take a picture of, if it's a skyline picture or something, there's atmospheric haze that shows up. So, uh, before these pieces of software had haze removal, it was tough to remove the haze. I know because I didn't have software that had haze removal when I first started out in terms of editing the photos. So it was once I was able to get Aurora HDR, the first one that was released, that was the only way I could remove haze from the picture. So the haze removal really does a good job of getting rid of that haze. So let's see here. Oh, guess that lures. Okay. So it doesn't look like we needed much highlight removal. Okay. Now, in case you were wondering where I went to, if you remember, for those of you who saw the pictures from the end of May, um, that's the same dog park area that I went to, the one with the pedestrian bridge and that little forested area and the pond and all that. And the one where I talked about the dog that barked at me when I was trying to get his picture is the same area, but just that it's in fall. And this time I didn't even attempt to get any dog pictures because there weren't many people there. I mean, excuse me. There weren't many people there, for one thing. And another thing, I didn't feel like having dog butts showing up on my lens. So I just focused on the fall colors here. And I think there's also a picture of that pedestrian bridge that actually turned out okay this time. So, I don't really have to do anything with the exposure this time. Okay. So so we can do that with the contrast. Okay, let's make it a little more vibrant. Then, let's see here. Wait. See if we can, needs to be straightened out. Oh, we got a follow! Let's hear. Rag Trench Baby, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming in. How's your day going so far? Alright, so, yeah, I think that's straightened now. Well, it's good to hear your day is going well. Okay, so we'll just send that into Color Effects Pro, and then you'll see, oh, my day is going well, yeah. Oh, hey, Capuchin, thanks for coming in. How are you doing? Yeah, Rick Trench, my day is going well. The photo editing stream has just started, so yeah, everything's going well. I'm really excited to show everybody what I do after I take the photos. And this is one of the more popular streams that I do. Lots of people always look forward to these photo editing streams. Now, Color Effects Pro and all those effects, let me just explain. These pieces of software and these two are all part of what's called the Nick collection. Let me just type it in the chat. And now the Nick collection is a group of different plugins for photo editing software, and what they do is they give you the ability to do different effects. Like Color Effects Pro, they have all these filters, and like what I just chose was polarization. Now there's another one that I like to use, sunlight, because gives a little extra oomph to the photos, I feel. Now you go now with the sunlight. Oh, Noel, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. I'm glad you're excited to see the fourth stream here of the photo editing. Now with the brightness, here's what happens if you take it all the way. As you can see, it looks a little too harsh. Oh, Tiger Gal, hey, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. What's the main photo editing software I use? Well, On1 Photo Raw. Though I don't know, I'll be going into that because of the chromatic aberration. But DxO Photo Lab, then the Nick collection, mainly Color Effects Pro, but I'll be showing one picture for black and white editing. Silver Effects Pro. I'll be showing HDR for HDR editing. If there's any sun flare, I'll be able to show Lens Flare Studio to show those effects. Oh, and we got a host! Well, let me just let me just find out about the host. Oh, Noel, thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, this is just the first photo. Got a little late this morning because of the morning exercises, but yeah, now I'm all set to go. So, like I said, when you put any slider to 100%, it gives too much of an effect, so you want to try to bring it down a little bit. Yeah, so there. We'll add a little extra contrast. Now, here's a filter that really works well. The foliage. Now, if it was springtime, I'll be putting in the screen one here for foliage because most of the trees, all the grass is green. If it was a month ago, I would be using this number 2 because it's a mixture. But because it's full-on fall colors, I'll be using number 1 here. And if you go all the way, as you can see, it's too much of an effect, but all the way, there's no effect there. Alright, so I think that's a good place to put it. Now, in the Nick Collection software, you have to click this Add Filter button, because if you don't and you just select another filter, you'll lose all the changes all the editing that you did. And then you have to go back and redo all the edits. So you have to click add filter. Now, for everybody who just came in and you're wondering where I went to, you remember my photos from the end of May that I posted in early June? It's that same dog park. And the same park across the Bow River from that dog park. The dog park is called Sue Higgins Park, named after a former city councilor. And the other park is called Carbon Park. So that's how you spell both of them. So yeah, it's the same one, except this time I did not attempt to get any dog photos because there weren't that many there to begin with, and I didn't feel like trying to get a picture and then having their butts show. Because you all remember the story that I told about the dog butts. Hold on, I'll just be right back. I gotta put my lunch in the oven. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So anyway, let me just see what the next filter I can use is. Oh, yeah, the graduated neutral density. This allows you to select how bright or how dark you want upper and lower to be. Like, this is what happens when you go to negative 100%. That's a positive 100%. You don't want that. So you want something that looks a little, not too bright, but not too dark. Like that. Especially when you're dealing with harsh early fall sunlight here. And I've mentioned this many times before, but when it comes down to fall colors in Calgary, you have to act quick, because as you can see, some of the trees have already lost all their leaves. And yeah, and I think most of the trees over here have lost their leaves. So let's try this filter. We'll see if it has anything. Okay, so that's good. Now the final thing we do is go into Affinity Photo. And that's another piece of software that I use, Affinity Photo. It's a Photoshop alternative. You'll see just in a... You just let this one save and then see it load up, and you'll see that it's very similar to Photoshop, but it's a lot cheaper than Photoshop, and you don't have to worry about the you don't have to worry about the subscriptions. Just okay, there we go. See, there it is, Affinity Photo. How the amount it costs? It's really cheap. I mean, it's like only $70 Canadian regular price, and then if it goes on sale, sometimes it's 50% off. So, and you own it forever. And Affinity is actually really good when it comes down to releasing updates to the software. This one I bought, I think, 2016, and yeah, they update it on a regular basis. And yeah, you don't have to pay the any subscription or anything like that. So it's a really good alternative to Photoshop. And as you can see, it has a lot of similar tools. You can do a lot of the overlays and a lot of the same things that you can in Photoshop. Now, for those of you who aren't, like when you're trying to raise and lower the size of the circle, you use those bracket keys that are beside the P key on the keyboard. Uh, Now with the Mac, you want to zoom in, it's Option, and then use the scroll wheel on your mouse. Uh, for getting it back to the original size image, it's Command 0 on a Mac, Control 0 on a PC. There. Yeah, now this is the part that can take the longest. Is because of the dust spots. You want to try and remove as many as you can because they're especially noticeable when you try and print the image, and sometimes they distract from what you're actually trying to take an image of. And yeah, I think that I don't think I'll be able to get any more images of fall colors this fall because a lot of the trees have lost their leaves now. In Calgary, I don't think there's any places really left where you can get fall colors. Sometimes those dust spots just sneak up on you like that. Here's another one. And yeah, like in case you're wondering how it is that I have so much software, it's because for photo editing, because I do a lot of research. Because again, I don't like paying the Adobe subscription, and so uh, and so and also with the fact that sometimes with Adobe it doesn't support. Like this is a 2012 MacBook Pro, so I don't know if Adobe even supports it anymore, and you're forced to update it. Regardless of whether or not it'll work or not. And when you move the subscription, you lose the software. And like I didn't want to do that, so I did a lot of research for Adobe alternatives, and yeah, this is how I found all this software. I don't think that's a dust spot, but still. Sure, that is. Move it anyway. I might have been. It looks like that's it. So let me just export that. Oh, no, we don't want it in original, so it'll get confusing then for me. Right. So now we'll move on to the next one. And now, in case you're wondering why I'm not gonna, doesn't look like I'll be touching on one photo again. Let's get that all the way up to the top. Here's why. See those? You see that purple and pink that was there? That's why. Because on one photo just leaves this residue and it doesn't move it nicely. This one does, and it's because it has some kind of algorithm or something that removes all this fringing and chromatic aberration here. So then also move them more. And let's see here. So let's get it back to the original. Okay, daylight. Right, so don't worry about exposure after we do everything else. Yeah, and you see how that haze removal, now you can see more of the clouds. And yeah, the best part is no smoke. I don't know what's going on with the smoke, but oh, no, it doesn't look like the horizon is needed. This is needed, okay. Okay, so the highlights don't have to really have too much done to them. Right. I think we better do a little more with the exposure. Not too much. Now, in case you're wondering, like with the curves of vibrancy and saturation, why I don't go all the way? This is why. See how it just looks completely unrealistic, so you don't need it to be too high there. And let's see, the horizon we don't really need. Right, so sending it off to the to Color Effects Pro. Right, so let's see, can we do much with? Well, here's what happens when you put polarization all the way up. As you can see, it doesn't look natural, and you want some, but not too much, as you can tell. Now, for everybody who's new, you'll notice that like I'm working in with raw images, not the JPEG files, and the reason is because with JPEG, this is especially true when you're trying to work with images that have the sky showing up. Ends up happening is with JPEG, as you're editing, you end up with all this pixelation, all these little blocks that show up in the sky, and it doesn't look as nice. So, and you end up losing a lot of detail when you show up in JPEG because the camera will take out a lot of different things. So let's see what we can do about the brightness, because it was a little too bright in there. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see here. Contrast there. A little extra saturation, okay. Then foliage. We don't need it too high. There. And let's see here. And that's why I always say shoot JPEG before you shoot RAW so you can understand what I'm talking about. Because with JPEG, there's a lot of detail that you miss because the camera takes out so much. And then when you shoot RAW, you can get back a lot of different detail. And then when it comes down to, like, for instance, when I'm doing the things in Affinity Photo, um, uh, I use a TIFF file instead of a JPEG file because you see, TIFF is lossless and JPEG is lossy. What lossy means is every time you open it, every time you make changes to it, you lose a little more detail, a little more data, and it gets to the point where the image it becomes unrecognizable because it's so pixelated. Lossless means doesn't you can open it, change it as many times as you want, and you won't lose all that information, all that data, and the image will still look nice. So that's why I always go into the TIFF files instead of trying to save it as a JPEG and then edit that. Because TIFF, you can edit as many times as you want, and it'll still have the same files. or it'll still have the same information, nothing will get lost. Okay, so we'll open that up in photo, shows up, should show up. Don't forget to sort. Oh, right. I was wondering what was happening. I forgot to sort, but anyway. Okay, now. Yes, those. If you're wondering how I'm raising and lowering the size of this circle, it's with the bracket keys beside the P key on the keyboard. Um, it's the same whether it's a PC or a Mac. Yeah, and only difference is when you're trying to do get it back to the original size of the image on the screen. The key that you use is a little different because there is a control key on the Mac. I don't know why they have it there. I haven't seen it used too much. I myself haven't used the control key too much, but yeah, it's but on a Mac, control is actually command, and and yeah, so you do command 0 on Mac, and control yeah command 0 on a Mac, and then control 0 on a PC. That's one of the few differences. Huh. Can't see any dust spots, but I think it's because the clouds are covering all the dust spots. Right. Okay, command. There we go. In case you're wondering how I was able to move the photo around like that, on on a Mac there's a trackpad, and how you move it is you have two fingers, and you just move the two fingers around, and that'll move around your image. We're done with that image. Now on to the next one. You know what? Let me see if I can do this in on one photo raw, because I don't know if there's too many. Um, if there's too many chromatic aberrations, we'll find out soon enough. Um, but yeah, this if there aren't too many and I can easily move them, you'll see right away the differences. Yeah, the fall colors really are nice. I definitely was lucky to be able to uh, find a park that still had some fall colors. Now here, with on-one photo raw, you're already seeing the difference between zooming in on that versus zooming in on in DxO Photolab. You have to use the slider here, uh, and then you click and drag to move around the photo because, yeah, otherwise you won't be able to get to maneuver around the photo or anything like that. Let me just check something. As you can see, there's sliders here, like there's this lens correction, there's these sliders. So, on-one photo raw. Not sure. It is removing them. Okay. It is removing them. I just saw them get removed. See if we can remove some green fringing. Yeah, it looks like it did a good job this time. No real residue. But yeah, we can. I can show you on one photo raw here. Didn't know. I know I said right at the beginning about half an hour ago that chances are I won't be using on one photo raw, but it looks like I will be. And as you can tell, again, when you're zooming in, you have to use these sliders. I don't think there were any dust spots I could find, but yeah, we'll find out soon enough. Actually, you know what? Let me just show you that right now. Uh, Now, this is a preset that I found via YouTube. What happened was, I did a Google search and about how to remove dust spots in on-one photo raw, and it sent me to this YouTube video. And the guy offered a free find dust spots preset, so you can just go around and remove all the dust spots that you find. But as I thought, there aren't any dust spots in here. Now, what I will tell you is I actually had to go back. Let me just do oh do that. Okay. So what I will tell you is I actually had to go back into this area in Higgins Park to get these photos, because what happened was somehow I didn't notice this until after you'll see this in the. No, wait, this one was okay. It's the ones after. It was this one. Oh, it was these ones. Wait, how many? Let me just check. So that way I know what to tell. Okay. Okay, so no, it was these ones to go back and take. Because what happened was I went across that bridge, I took some photos, then also I noticed that the lens hood that I use for this Sigma lens that I have, the 17 to 50, what happened was, let's just add a little extra exposure, turn on those highlights, okay, the midtones, the shadows, yeah, we'll turn down those whites a little bit. Bring out the blacks a little bit. Anyway, the lens hood had kind of not been secured properly, so there was some. Uh, well, you can see the lens hood in the corners here. Like, I think it was these two corners. So what I had to do was I had to delete the photos in the camera and go back and take these pictures. So that way, I would have these pictures, because yeah, the fall colors look so nice that you couldn't go. Let's just take out the haze. Now with this haze removal slider, as you can see, it's a little different compared to the Clearview Plus and DxO Photolab. Go all the way, it adds fog. All the way back, well, that's too much haze removal, but as you can see, it removes the haze. So if you have on-one photo raw, you have to move the slider to the left. And the structure, well, here, as you can see, it makes it a little blurred. Here, too crunchy. So go here. And let's see. Now another difference is the white balance is under color, and if you go and hover over each of these, it'll show you what it looked like, or what it's going to look like before you click on it. So we'll go daylight. There's a saturation and vibrance. We don't have to oversaturate it. Let's make it too vibrant. And there's the details. If you want to sharpen it, I think we're pretty good there. Now here's another big difference with on-one photo raw. On-one photo raw already has some filters in there. So, let's see here, what can we do? Tone enhancer. So if you want to add extra detail, as you can see, too crunchy. So not too much. Now here's a slider called clarity. Again, too crunchy, so you want it to be like that. We don't really have to do that. I just wanted to add a little extra detail, a little extra, some clarity to it. But as you can see, there's other filters in here. Now we wanted a sunshine filter. We can do natural. And a little extra glow. A little extra warmth here. Saturate just a little more. Not too much. In terms of the amount, we can turn that down. And another thing with the filter is you can, if you want to, depending on what part of the image you want it to apply it to, when you click that part, that little camera part, as you can see, now you can put in a little mask there. Only have that and have a filter mask. Click it back and it takes it away. But since we want to apply it to the whole image, we don't have to. The color enhancer, yes. As you can see, that's what that does. Here. Okay. As you can see, it makes it a little too saturated, so bring down the intensity just a little bit. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. That's it. There we go. That's it. You can see, so it really enhances it. So let's see here. Those oranges, that's what I want to do. I want to turn down the saturation on the oranges, a little bit on the yellows, and it's already not overly saturated. Oh yeah, and a little bit on the reds. Not, don't want it. We want it saturated, but not like, so saturated that it blinds you, if you will, or that it's so bright that you can't even look at it. What else do we need? That dynamic contrast, that's only if you want to add even more detail, and we don't want to do that. Okay, there's a couple more things that we have to do to this, so let's go to done, and oh, there it is. Then, and this is another difference. We want to send it to one of those other programs. You have to right click and then send to whichever program you want, and it'll have edit a copy with settings applied. You want that because otherwise, kind of have to redo all the work. But as you can see, those are the big differences between On1 PhotoRaw and DxO Photolab. There's a lot more you can do in there, but sometimes you still have to send it into another software. Okay, and as you can see, there's some clouds there. Oh, thanks, Noel. Okay, so let's hear the polarization. Yeah, a little bit there. And let's see here. Get some sunlight. Okay. Turn that down a little bit. That. And lower the brightness a little bit. Alright, so that's the sunlight filter. Now, you can see, that's what it looks like. It just enhances those oranges a little more. Makes them look a little bit more like you're out in the sun. Which I was. And, we don't need the foliage filter because we already did that. But we do want the graduated neutral density. And let's see, let's do the upper tonality a little bit there. Lower tonality a little bit there. Okay. Oh, we want it like that. Yeah, that'll look good. And oh, Zach, hey, happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for coming in. How are you doing? How's your long weekend going? Okay, and then we'll don't want to do too much. And we'll save that. Then there's nothing really to export, but there's a reason why I'm doing this way. There's a reason why I'm doing it this way because oh, okay. Yeah, I went out to vote on Friday, so yeah, I ended up starting my stream about an hour late on Friday to yeah, I started an hour late on Friday so I could get the voting done. Okay, so let's do that so we can export it, but I don't think there's any dust spots to remove in here. Yeah, but the next set of images, it's the fall colors from the Eric Harvey Bridge that connects Higgins Park and Carburn Park. So just do an export here, and yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, it was one. Like, I mean, the city one was okay. I mean, but then you get to the provincial one, and holy, It was a lot. That's for sure. Alright, so we'll move to the next one now. It's the view from the Bow River, or the Art Harvey Bridge. And this is the close-up view using that 17 to 50 lens. You can see it, and I think the next one will show you in HDR. Okay, so, yeah, as you can see, some of the trees already have lost their leaves here. Okay. So, yeah, when I said you have to be quick when it comes down to taking the fall colors photos over here, I wasn't kidding. Actually, that looks pretty straight as is. So, okay, well, for that, we'll get rid of the moire, or that purple fringing there. We'll do daylight. Okay, that looks nice. Worry about the exposure afterwards. Yep. That definitely got rid of some of the haze. See what happens. No. Okay, so. Oh, okay. Oh, we got to follow now. Okay, let's see who followed. Oh, Crispy Taco, thanks for coming in. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope your Sunday is going well. Yeah, and thank you for coming in from TRG. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the Sunday is going well. Yeah, the photo editing is going nicely. Yeah, we're on what? One, two, three. Yeah, we're on the fourth photo, so yeah, it's coming along nicely. Yeah, it's a little cooler out, so nicely to stay inside and edit some photos. So let's see here. We'll adjust those highlights a little bit. Okay, do the midtones a little bit. Oh, and everybody, if you want to take a look at, like you'll see Nightbot just posted my Instagram. I post my photos on there after. Oh, snow! Well, it doesn't surprise me. We've had snow as early as September, so. Oh, yeah, Zach. And how do you like the new badge that's beside your name there? Just realized that, yeah, I remember I gave you that new badge. Yeah, how do you like the new badge there? Yes, with oh, that's great to hear. You earned it. You've given so much support. You've earned that VIP badge. Okay, so we'll adjust the blacks there. But yeah, with snow. Oh, thanks for the bits. I really appreciate it. Okay, so don't think we'll need to do anything. Actually, with the exposure, I think we need to bring it down a little bit. So yeah, everyone, there's my Instagram. I do post my pictures on there. Like if you want to see some of my previous pictures, you can follow me on Instagram and just take a look at what I've done before. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so we'll take it to Color Effects Pro here. Okay, so we'll Command 0 there, so that way it's back to the original size. Have some water. I'm waiting for this to load. Let's see. Okay, polarization, definitely will need that. Let's see. There it is. And let's see here. Definitely the sunlight filter we want. Lower the strength a little bit. The brightness, definitely we have to lower a little bit. Or a lot. Okay, add a little extra contrast. Add a little extra saturation. Then, let's see. Yeah, the foliage. This time we'll have to, and as I said, number 1 is the one that we want to use here since it's full on fall colors. So we'll do it a little bit up to there. And graduated neutral density here. Okay, so we'll do a blend. Okay, we'll put it up a little bit like that. See the shadows. And yes, we will have to take a look for dust spots here. Okay, so I'll send that off to Affinity Photo for the dust spots. And again, there aren't any, I don't think there's any objects that need to be removed, so we don't have to do any clone stamping or anything like that. Oh, yes. Found a couple right there already. And I will tell you this, that before I got to, what was it, DxO Photolab and On1 PhotoRaw, each picture at times would take half an hour to do, sometimes an hour. And it's because of that chromatic aberration. Yeah, because how I would have to do it was I would have to use Affinity Photo to remove the chromatic aberration, but it wasn't straightforward. Um, it at times was a bit of a chore to remove that chromatic aberration. Like, there were just so many things that had to be done. So, remember when Skyloom in their Luminar software had put in chromatic aberration removal? It wasn't the greatest. It didn't actually remove the chromatic aberration. Maybe lightened it a bit, but it didn't automatically remove it. And when you tried to, and it didn't matter when they had the slider for, what was it, yellow, blue, and pink, green, or purple, green, or whatever, it was not too great. So, ended up having to use Affinity Photo before sending it off into Skyloom software. And, it was a chore trying to remove it because you had to, because if you tried to defringe in such a way, it would affect too much of the photo, so you had to do it selectively, and yeah, it would take, like I said, half an hour to an hour. So yeah, imagine, like you see, sometimes 30 photos can take 4 to 6 hours. Um, imagine how much longer it would have taken to get through 30 photos. Like sometimes that was 2 or 3 or 4 days of work just because of how long each photo would take. So with with On1 PhotoRaw and DxO Photolab, it really is a time saver because those automatically remove it so quickly that you don't have to spend as much time on that. Now it's just the longest part of it is the dust box. Oh, Rich, show me. Thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming in. How are you doing today? Well, I'm doing well. Yeah, it's pretty cold outside. Yeah, Zach, who's a great supporter of mine, just said that it's supposed to snow today, or at least it was forecast to snow today. So great day to be inside editing photos. So yeah, my day is going well. We'll get rid of that. I'm not sure if that's a bird, but might take the chance. Oh, I just saw another dust spot right there. Right. Okay, so as you can see, the dust spots take the longest, but now imagine trying to do initial edits in this software and then sending it off to Skyloom software and then finding out that there's all these dust spots and yeah, that that's how you end up taking an hour on each photo trying to remove chromatic aberration and then dust spots uh, and all that. Whereas here, it doesn't take as long. Okay, I don't know. I'm just removing those little black lines there, and the reason is because they may be birds that may be a plane, but you never know what it is. So it's better to just remove it. It's like I got rid of all the obvious ones. Oh, there's another one. Okay. It looks like that might be one. I don't know if it is or it isn't, but better safe than sorry. Okay, looks like I did get rid of all of them. I think. It looks like I did. And again, for those of you who are new to the stream, in case you're wondering all the software, I'll just type them in the chat that I'm using. These are all alternatives to, yeah, all those are alternatives to Adobe software. If you don't want to pay for their subscription, you can, like all of these I found just by doing Google searches and in some cases using a demo to see how they are. And also looking at YouTube videos of how they work. And so, let me just go into this one. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to show you HDR. Anyway, so because if you don't want to pay the subscription, you can definitely use these other software. So now I told you I would show you how to do HDR editing. I think this one is a good one to show you, since yeah, I think this is a good one to show you HDR editing. So here's what I do. Now, what other photographers do is they have, like, there's, I think in the DSLR and mirrorless cameras an HDR setting, and you can set it to 1, 3, 5, 7, like an odd number of images. And some photographers also do it manually, where they decide to take one image, then do underexpose of the net, and then take another image of the same thing, then overexpose the other image and take a picture of the same thing. Uh, and other people will just like I said, use that HDR setting and have the camera take one, like 3, 5, 7, an odd number of images. Where on the lower end, it's underexposed by 1 stop, 2 stops, 3 stops, and as many stops as is allowed. And then on the other end, overexposed by 1 stop, 3 stops. Now, what I don't have that kind of time when I'm taking these photos, What I do is I take one image, I take the image and all that, then I come into the software and I create a virtual copy. Alright, so there's copy 1, copy 2. So I create 2 virtual copies. And the first copy, what I do is I underexpose the image. So here it is. I underexpose it by 1 stop here. Alright, then I go into the other one, the other copy, and there it is. And I overexpose it by 1 stop. Right, let me just go into here to make sure that chromatic aberration is removed into the original. Right. Looks like that's done. And that's that's the original image. That's a 0 for exposure, as you saw. Now what I do is I select all 3. Oh, and I use export to application or HDR here. Alright, I have the resolution and all that all preset, and I make sure it's a TIFF. Remember what I said, lossless. TIFF is lossless, so... And I want to keep all that data. I don't want to lose anything or have pixelation or anything like that. Now it's creating the HDR, if you will, like it's sending it off to Aurora HDR, and you'll see what Aurora HDR does. Now, as I mentioned, I have a 2012 MacBook Pro, and before, like for the first 1.5 years, or nearly 2 years that I had it, like it came with just 4 gigabytes of RAM and a HDD, and you can imagine how slow photo editing at times was on this thing. Then I upgraded this thing because Apple on these older machines they didn't solder their devices. So, and for those of you who aren't very technical, solder means that like they basically weld, if you will, the components together. So before you could actually have upgrade some of the internal stuff like the RAM and the hard drive. So what I did was I upgraded the RAM to 16 gigabytes and the hard drive to an SSD. This thing now runs a lot faster. It still runs like new. Really helps me out with streaming, especially as a lot of you all know my adventures with that PC laptop. I've talked about it a lot. I've talked a lot about it. Don't really need ghost reduction because it's from the base image. I've talked about my adventures with that PC laptop, and yeah, some of you know have been in my streams when I was on the PC laptop and what kind of troubles I had with it. So having this upgraded and having it still run like new really helps me out a lot. And also with it running faster, it allows me to edit photos better because I don't have to wait so long to see the effects and to move the sliders and all that. And also exporting is faster. Right, so here's the image now that is made from those 3 from the 2 virtual copies of the original image. So yeah, this one we'll have to align a little bit. Um, okay, there we go. Now you'll see. Oh, thanks, Jess. I really appreciate it. Okay, so with the white balance, as you can see, it has all these things. But here's where HDR is different. Okay, we can worry about exposure afterwards. Let's adjust the contrast a bit. This is the first HDR slider, the HDR Enhance. If you go all the way, this is what it does. It really makes it look like it really looks so surreal. But let's move the HDR Enhance about there because you'll see more. with HDR. We'll do the smart tone there. We'll turn down the highlights a little bit. Okay, turn up the shadows a bit. Okay, the whites we'll turn down a little bit. Blacks. Alright. Saturation. Now here's how HDR editing affects the saturation and the vibrance if you go all the way. Yeah. Even I'm like, whoa. So we don't want it that high. Just a little bit. Maybe a little more. And then this color contrast. Again, if you go all the way, again, that's what it does. So just a little bit. Now here's the next part of HDR editing. HDR structure. Now, when you go up, and you boost it a little more, and yes, we will worry about the dust spots afterwards. But when you boost it up a bit more, and a little more HDR microstructure, now, we can do a little bit of denoise. Yeah, and you see how it's a lot different now. Now, this image radiance, it's basically the glow during the daytime. Go all the way, as you can see, that's a ton of glow. So, a little more brightness there. A little more in the shadows. A little more in the vividness. Warm it up just a little bit there. And yeah, as you can see, it has its own polarizing filter, or HDR. Oh, thanks, Noel. I really appreciate that. Now, here's another part of HDR editing in the Aurora HDR, the HDR details boost. You can add even more. Okay, now the glow filter I won't be using here because, of course, this is daytime, but glow, it allows you to enhance nighttime or indoor lighting. Like sometimes there's like I've seen the guy who was partnered with Skyloom at the time when Aurora HDR was still being made, Trey Ratcliffe. He showed that you can add glow to lights and lamps and all these other things. I think Jim Nix used glow a little bit too. Um, like you can easily look up their videos on YouTube. Like these are their names that I looked at. They've used the software as well. Like I said, Trey Ratcliffe actually was partnered with Skyloom when Aurora HDR was still being made. I don't know what's going on right now because it's still at the 2019 edition is the latest one. Oh, yeah. Makes the water look a little too... Yeah, that looks nice. Warm up the water a little bit. I don't think anything else needs to be done, so we'll now remove the dust spots. Export. Now, as you can see, TIFF is, like I've done this before with photo editing streams in terms of showing off Aurora HDR, so TIFF is already selected, and you want the TIFF when you're editing photos, if you're sending from one software to another, because again, you want to keep that data. You don't want pixelation. Like with the dust spots, I mean, you can always remove them in, like if you have Photoshop, you can use Photoshop. If you have a Photoshop alternative like I do, you can use that to remove the dust spots. But the key is you don't want to lose any of this data. You don't want to lose how this image looks already. You don't want it to become pixelated. Oh, okay, it's already been exported, I guess. So we'll quit that. And go to the desktop. And yeah, with Jim Nix, like with his YouTube videos, he shows you also a lot of other software that I don't use. Like he'll show you like Luminar, which I don't use anymore. I used to use Luminar, and I actually used to go to Jim Nix's videos to learn some other tricks with it. But because Skyloom, I mean, I don't like Skyloom at all. Because when it comes down to their updates, they make lots of promises, but they never deliver, and then you have to wait for the next version before they finally live up to the promises, and it starts to get too costly in order to try and get the updates that they keep promising. Then they say, "Oh, it'll just be in our next software." So, oh, doesn't look like that worked. Okay, we'll try it like this. Yeah, that worked better. Okay. But because I was getting really annoyed with Skyloom's constant broken promises. I started looking again for Photoshop alternatives. That one. Hey, and oh, I thought that might. Okay, so maybe a little lower. See if that works. Remove that dust spot. Huh. Oh, that's probably going to be a pretty tough dust spot to remove. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to do. So we'll see if that one. I don't know if that was a dust spot, but better safe than sorry. And yeah, let me check to see if there's any dust spots I'm missing. Oh, yeah, there is. Just found it. See if that gets removed. Well, I'm not sure, but anyway, let's see. Oh, I think that might be one, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, let me just see if move that. If I can't, I can't, but if I can, I can. Okay, oh, I think I did. Great. Okay, so looks like alright, so that one I think I got rid of all the dust spots. I just check one more time. We can sometimes it's there. Oh, yeah, I missed one. Right there, I missed one. But yeah, with Jim Nix, he also uh, shown some videos about. It was more with on one Photo Raw and Aurora HDR, but I was able to learn some things from him too through his videos. So, and then also was my own trial and error, just trying out the software. But definitely those videos helped me out as well with learning how to use like Aurora HDR especially, and a little bit of on-one photo raw, but with on-one photo raw, a lot of that was my own trial and error with trying to learn how to use it and use the various things. Because with Jim Nix, he uses more of the Skyloom software, though I think he uses some of the Topaz Lab software as well. Okay. Oh, I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't want the program to crash on me, but I guess it was just doing something. But anyway, there are. Right, so that one's now done. Okay, so now we'll move on to. Okay, there it is. And this is, of course, that view from the river. Like, if for those of you who have subscribed to me, I have an emote. Wait, is this the one? No. I had posted it. There's another one. You'll see image similar to it, but like for those of you who remember my pictures from the end of May, one of the pictures I posted was of this view from the river. Um, of course, it was in the late spring, so of course there were no fall colors there. But yeah, it's the same image, just that now you see all these fall colors here. Yeah, it's the same view, looking south, Bull River, Eric Harvey Bridge. And just that it's in the fall now. Alright, so... And as you can see, that atmospheric haze got removed there. It looks pretty straight. I mean, we'll just see what the... Yeah, I made it crooked. It was already pretty straight. Let's see here. We want that. And we want that. Right. So now we'll see. We'll go to turn on those highlights a little bit. Okay, that's the midtones, the shadows. We don't have to do it too much. Okay. Okay, so I don't think we'll have to do much with the exposure. It looks already pretty good as it is. And of course, when I take it into Nick Collection, well, specifically, what is it? Was it Color Effects Pro? Sorry, everybody just got a text from my dad. It's about our lunch. Okay. I'll have to take our lunch in a few minutes, okay? Anyway, so, alright, let's see, what else do we need to do? Like I said, the exposure looks pretty good, and then remember, we'll be taking this into Color Effects Pro, so if I make it too overexposed, or a little increase the exposure a little too much, then that might affect what I'm trying to do in Color Effects Pro there. As you can see, that clear view plus that haze removal, as I mentioned, Clearview Plus is basically DxO's haze removal. As you can tell, you can see a lot more of the clouds all the way to the south there. Because that's a really useful filter. You don't have to send it into Aurora HDR to try and get that. It's already built into these pieces of these photo editing software now. All right. So we'll do that. And let's see here. Okay, so there's the sunlight filter. Right, so as I mentioned, I didn't increase the exposure too much just because, yeah, I had the sunlight filter, and you see, or I didn't increase the exposure at all because you see what happened when I increased the, or when I put in the sunlight filter, what it did. So let's see here. A little more contrast, a little extra saturation there. Okay. And the foliage filter there. Okay, there. And then let's see here. What else do we need to add? Graduated neutral density. So we'll do that for upper tonality, that for lower, extra blend, shifted there. So the shadows we want just a little bit for the highlights. Right, and then we'll look for the dust spots. Right, so, okay. And we'll put it into Affinity Photo so we can remove the dust spots. Like I said, that's what I use Affinity Photo a lot for, to remove those dust spots. But of course, as you remember, 3 weeks ago, for those of you who were here, I I also had done the clone stamping tool because there were some people in there, and I'm going to remove them just like this with this ink painting brush tool. Right, there's another one. Right, let's see. I think that's one. See here. Yeah, okay, so that was a dust spot. Oh, nearly missed one. I nearly missed a dust spot there. Um, Well, there was one that we nearly missed. Let's see what it does. Oh, okay, that worked nicely. Okay. And let's see here. Now with Affinity Photo, yeah, I don't know if Trey Ratcliffe or Jim Nix used it. Like they never really mentioned if they used Photoshop or any alternatives to it. They just mentioned like they have well, Jim Nix I know has some on one Photo Raw videos that I had looked at, and but like I said, his primary thing is Skyloom software. Like Trey Ratcliffe, I don't know uh, what's going on with him. If he's using if he uses on, or I should say Aurora HDR anymore, if he's partnered anymore with Skyloom. Um, but it doesn't look like there's any more dust spots. But I don't know if they use Affinity Photo. So what I done with when I first got Affinity Photo was like I actually got it from Seraph Labs. Like Seraph Labs, the makers of Affinity Photo. Um, they're the ones who uh, like Surf Labs is the makers of Infinity Photo, and they made some videos. So I think they were on Daily Motion. So yeah, if I had trouble trying to figure out some of these tools, I would look up their videos and yeah, learn how to do things from that. So okay, okay, so I'll be right back. I gotta take my supper, or not my supper, but my lunch out of the oven. So like I'll be back. I won't be having lunch for a while still, but so that's what my dad texted me about the time to take it out. So I'll just be right back. I gotta take out the lunch from the oven. Oh, okay, everybody, I'm back. Yeah, I just saw your comment, Noel. And thank you for that compliment. I really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely the reflection looks really nice. Okay, so right, well, this is the zoomed in shot of that previous photo, as you can see. And yeah, as you can see, there's that island there that you saw in this other photo here. There's the island. There it is zoomed in. And one thing about Calgary is even though like the mountains are 90 minutes away to the west, and to the east it's flat prairie. I mean, there's a lot of nice looking parks in the city, uh, and a lot of nice scenery. I mean, a lot of people love to go out for walks here. Like for me, it's too much of a drive, but still, even where my neighbor, oh, we got to follow. In my neighborhood, like I mean, it's so nice, so peaceful to walk. Phantom Facts, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming in. How are you doing today? Hope your day is going well. Yeah, so I'm glad you want to learn about photo editing and want to watch photos getting edited live. I really appreciate it. Okay, so, yeah, and as you can see, there, even though it was zoomed in, there was still. Well, thanks for the hype, Crispy Taco. I really appreciate that. Right, so I think we will have to do something with that exposure anyway. Oh, Mechanic Chaos, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Hope your day is going well. And when I was up getting the like just turning off the oven and getting the lunch out of the oven, and then I went to the washroom. I could hear a strong wind, and like at least at this time of year, when it's a strong wind like that, it usually means snow is on the way. And well, as I've mentioned before, we. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope your workday goes well. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to make it here to watch a little bit of the photo editing. Yeah, my day's going well. Yeah, it's a lot colder out today, so nice day to sit inside and take and edit some photos. Okay, so before I forget, let's just take out the purple fringing. We got that more. Oh, oh, okay, yeah. My brother, yeah, as I mentioned before, he works in 911 here in Calgary, and he also has to work 12-hour shifts. His 12-hour shifts are 6 to 6, 2 days followed by 2 nights, and then he gets 4 days off. But because the first day he's basically having to sleep most of the day because of the 6 a.m. finish, it's more like he gets 3 days off. So as you saw, with what I did with the edits, I did a little bit, but a lot of it uh, will get the rest of it will get done in Color Effects Pro. Oh, I found the right image to show you black and white editing. We're almost there, so right. First, the polarizing filter, and again, this is what happens when you put it all the way. As you can see, it doesn't look realistic. So, and if for those of you who have either polarizing sunglasses or polarizing clip-ons, if you wear glasses like I do, like I don't have clip-ons anymore. I used to, but I've found that like you see, I have transitions lenses, and those are polarized as well. So if you have that, like I do, um, that's what polarization basically does. Right, so we'll do that for the sunlight filter. And as you can see, brightens things up a little bit. Now, let me just see what the foliage filter does. Oh, it looks like it doesn't... Well, we don't... That just makes it a little too bright, but we put it about there. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay. And let's see here. Let's do some graduated neutral density. Okay, like that. And in case now, I do know that there is a neutral density filter for lenses. They come in various sizes, but I mean they can be pretty expensive. So if you want to put that kind of a filter on your lenses, save up. As some of them can be as much as like $100 Canadian. Uh, yeah, so yeah, not cheap. That's we don't want to do the. Hold on. Let me just take that out and try it again because I accidentally rotated when I wanted to adjust the shadows, but it's fine. Not a big deal. Now, in case you're wondering what happens when we put these tonality filters up, you can't even see the water, let alone the reflection, so you don't want it to be too high. Okay. Okay, so we'll do the shadows there. Let's see what happens when we move the... Oh, okay, we don't want to move the highlights all the way up. Right, so let's see... And do the brilliance warmth in here, because I think we can enhance it just a little more. Yep. That. Okay, there we go. And again, we have to remove the dust spots. Now with the Nick collection, in case you're wondering if there's any YouTube videos you can look up, I actually tried doing that myself, looking up the YouTube videos, and unfortunately, I couldn't find too many. Like, there was one with Anthony Morganti, but I mean, it was okay. It showed me a few tricks, but I had to learn a lot of this on my own with the Nick collection, because unfortunately, because Nick collection used to be owned by Google, and DxO bought it over a few years ago, um, when Google basically was saying we're gonna just completely remove the Nick collection from our site and all that. DxO came in and bought it, and yeah, you do have to pay it if you want. You don't have to upgrade it all the time. That's what I like about it. Like, this is Nick Collection 3. When I look at Nick Collection 4, I just don't think I'll need all those features, and it doesn't really do anything for me. Like, you see, it puts in that Clearview Plus and I believe Silver Effects Pro, and um, when it comes down to black and white editing, unless you're doing black and white editing of landscapes, which I don't do, I don't see how it would be of use to me. With Nick Collection 3, the only reason why I got it was because, you see, some of these advanced, like, here's what happened. 2 years ago, about DxO Photo Lab Standard, whatever the standard edition was called, that's what I had bought. Right? And then, oh, okay. 101. Anyway, like, I bought, like, whatever the standard of DxO Photo Lab was called, 2 years ago, and here's the funny thing. Okay, I bought Nick Collection 2, but get a good deal. I got DxO Photo Lab Standard with it, when I really wanted the Elite. Then, last year, when like Nick Collection 3 came up, I was like, I don't want to upgrade to Nick Collection 3. Then there was a deal to be able to upgrade to, like, DxO Photo Lab Elite. And it's like, well, if I want like, it was a really good deal, but you had to buy Nick Collection 3. So it's like, Okay, I'll get Nick Collection 3. So that's how it ended up happening. But yeah, I didn't get Nick Collection 4 because I didn't like the features. But at least they upgrade or update it. They put in some new features and all that with the XO. So that's the reason why I would recommend buying it if you don't have a Nick Collection already. Um, just because you get the updates. They do add features at times in the updates. Sometimes they add filters. They definitely add stability improvements. So it is worth the buy. But I would recommend if there's a deal. I would recommend if there's a deal with the XO Photo Lab. Doesn't matter if it's standard or elite. Take advantage of the deal because it's a lot cheaper to get both Nick Collection with Photolab Elite in that deal. Because as you've seen with what I've already done with just two pieces of software from the Nick Collection, as well as DxO Photolab Elite and all the things you can do, um, it, like yeah, it's worth the money. I think it's worth the money, and you don't even have to worry about the subscription. So if you don't want to update it or upgrade to the new version, you don't have to, and you own it for life. And this is especially true if you have a limited budget. Okay, okay, so we removed all the dust spots from there. Right. Oh, the wrong one. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, this is when I actually had to. Okay, the next two photos are, I believe, from when I had to go back into that area, uh, because of the lens hood issue where it basically caused vignetting. And in case you're wondering what vignetting is, it's basically darker corners, but with the lens hood, um, it completely darkens it. It doesn't like darken it a little bit. Like basically, it's just completely black in color here, so you don't see what's over here. And if you remember when I edited those, if you remember from when I edited those photos, when I went to Fish Creek Park, and there was one photo where I had to kind of crop it because of dark corners over here. That's what happened, so I had to go back and get these pictures again. Yeah, so here it's clearly not straight, so um, let me just do this. And let's straighten it out. Oh, that didn't. Okay, so let me just straighten it out. It did, yeah. You know, with all like a lot of these photo editing software, well, at least Skyloom. I don't know about others, but Skyloom uh, has a lot of AI stuff, and sometimes and the way I look at it is AI. As you saw just now with the horizon there, trying to straighten out the image. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Trying to straighten out the image as you saw. It didn't do it the way I wanted to. It's crooked one way and tried to straighten it out a different way. And that's more how I wanted to straighten it out, not the way that it was trying to do it. So we'll do some haze removal. And again, so I would remove that atmospheric haze. And like I said before, when I wanted to do haze removal, I had to do it um, through Aurora HDR just because that was the only way to do it. Because the software I had didn't have the haze removal slider. Oh, am I doing raising the highlights? I'll show you what happens when you raise the highlights all the way. See, When we go all the way back, makes it too dark, so you don't want to go all the way. So, in case you're wondering why I'm just doing edits like a little bit and all that, it's because you don't want the 100% effect, because then it just makes the image not look the way that it should look. Okay, so add a little there. There. And again, as you can see, some of the trees, like with Calgary, and you will remember this from my from the second photo editing stream when I was editing those pictures from Fish Creek Park. Some of the images, like some of the pictures I took were of yellow leaves in August. Yes, in August, that's when. Okay, looks like I already did everything. In August, that's when the leaves start changing color in Calgary. Now, Fish Creek Park was mid-August, but the rest of the city late August to end August. So, and now a lot of the trees have lost their leaves. Like there's still some, but I mean they're half empty. That's whatever trees do have leaves right now. So yeah, you have to act really quick in Calgary in order to get those fall colors pictures. Like I was lucky this time. I was able to get uh, three sets of fall colors pictures. Sometimes you're lucky if you get one or two. I remember last time I got fall colors pictures. One place I went was McHugh Bluff. I've already like for those of you who are watching and you live in Calgary, you'll know where I'm talking about. But for those of you who don't, McHugh Bluff. Okay, there's downtown Calgary. Then there's the Bow River. Then there's Memorial Drive. Now, in one now at that part, there's like a parking lot for not Fish Creek Park, but Fish Creek Park's in the south end of the city. But there's a parking lot for Princess Island Park. Over there, just a little further north of that, are some stairs that go up this huge hill or this huge bluff or cliff. At the top of that cliff is McHugh Bluff. So, and that has a nice view of downtown Calgary skyline. It has a nice view of Memorial Drive and the Bow River. If you walk all the way to the stairs, the top of the stairs along McHugh Bluff, like there's this pathway, and it takes you to the top to where the top of those stairs are. Um, you can get a nice view of the Peace Bridge. Those of you who aren't like, for those of you who don't live in Calgary, the Peace Bridge is this pedestrian bridge. I won't get into how it got built and why and all that, but it is a nice look. Well, yeah, it is a nice looking bridge. I mean, it's a good bridge to take pictures of. For those of you who follow my Facebook page, and you see at the top banner a bridge, a pedestrian bridge, uh, that's the Peace Bridge. I took a picture of that, yeah, a couple of years ago at the end of May. Um, so, okay, so we'll do the sunlight filter here, and okay, we'll do that. So yeah, it has a very nice view and all that. And in 2016, I was shooting in JPEG at the time, not in RAW. So yeah, the pictures I can only imagine what they would have looked like if I had shot in RAW instead of JPEG. Because like they look nice, but I'm sure it would have looked even nicer. Because at that time I was just not really trying to edit the photos. Oh no, I was editing the photos, but I wasn't shooting in RAW at the time. And yeah, I got really nice pictures of the fall colors there, and they look so nice. Now it would be too late because I'm sure a lot of the trees have lost their leaves. I was hoping to be able to make it there, but unfortunately, with the craziness of those the previous 2 weekends, yeah, I couldn't make it there. And the way the parking works with the 2 hour parking, I'd have to go on a Saturday. Like it would be 2 hour parking Monday to Friday, and then it's free parking around that area on Saturday and Sunday. So I would have had to go on a weekend, but hoping the previous 2 weekends. But as you all know about the stories I've told previous 2 weekends didn't work out that way. Okay, so let's do some graduated neutral density. But yeah, I'm hoping I'll be able to go there again to get some fall colors pictures, and yeah, those look really nice. And for those of you like you already know about how I have a photography business here in Calgary and how I sell photo prints and digital downloads. Nightbot, as you can see, posted a couple of links. You can click them when you get a chance to, just to see what. So when you get a chance to look at them, you can click those links or bookmark them or just take a look when you get like whenever you have time. Right, so we'll do the shadows there, highlights there. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens with the foliage. Okay. If I take it all the way, it looks a little unrealistic, but yeah, that looks good. Then graduated neutral density. Oh, we already did that. We don't need to do that again. Yeah, okay, so we'll just take a look for some dust spots, and I think I already see one, so yeah, we're gonna have to remove those. Right. So we'll just remove those dust spots now. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so yeah, that's the one that I had seen. Move that. Okay, let's see here. Um, those are the only ones I can see that were obvious. Looks like aren't any others to remove, but just go one more time around, and right. I'll export that. Right. Yes, I think that yeah, this is the one of those that I think I already mentioned that I had to go back because of the lens hood, because the vignetting because of all the stuff in the corners. But luckily, I caught it before it. I caught it at the time. There's another one, and there's a pine tree there as well. Right, so let's that and that. Oh, or I forget. Sometimes I do forget, even if I'm like not just when I'm editing online, but even offline. Uh, okay. Yeah, that looks pretty straight anyway, so don't really have to do anything like that. I can already see there might be a little bit of exposure increasing. Oh, want to increase that, or choose the daylight white balance. Okay, so contrast a bit. Increase that, and then yeah. Right, so it's just sending it off to Color Effects Pro. We're just 2 pictures away from, or well, there's one more picture, and I'll let you know about what that one picture is when we get to it. Then I'll get to showing you what black and white editing is like. Alright, so the polarizing filter. We don't have to do that. Guess we'll do the sunlight filter here. Oh, do that, and then on the brightness a little bit. And the idea is to be able to see, so we'll do some contrast there. Then do some foliage here. Okay. And we'll graduate a neutral density. That. Blend there. Okay. That. Well, let me just see how this one will look and see if it does anything to enhance it or not. Yeah, it does. That. That. Okay, there we go. And I'll look for the dust spots again, and like I said, like I keep saying, the dust spots, this is especially true when you're trying to print an image, it gets very distracting, so yeah. Okay, and we will, there it is. Okay, well, there's one dust spot. No, well, I don't know. Well, that might be a bird, but still, better safe than sorry. Let's see here. There's another one. Okay. And you know, like a lot of people are talking about how Macs are better than PC for editing photos and all that. The way I see it is, you make use of what you have. If you have a PC, a lot of the software works on both PC and Mac, and you get the same effects. And well, except for Skyloom software, these companies are really good when it comes down to programming software to work on both PC and Mac. Skyloom, I mean, Aurora HDR works very well on Macs, but I remember reading a lot of users on PC who were complaining about instability on PC. So the only thing like if I were to ever switch the photo editing to PC that I would have to look at is HDR software, just because I don't know if Aurora HDR will be very good, and as I mentioned, with Skyloom, they're not very good when it comes down to updates and bug fixes and putting in features that people actually want. So, and especially when you're talking about PC, um, and the problems that I just described, that I heard about, or that I read about, I should say, it's not a chance that I would want to take with Aurora for PC. Like for Mac, it's perfectly fine, but PC, a little iffy there. But, oh, we got a follow! Fluffles the Kitty, thank you for the follow. Oh, the stream is going well. A lot of people are interested in the photo editing, and we've gone through some photos, and the stream is going well. How's your day going? And where in Canada are you from? Yeah, I'm from, as you read in my little description there, I'm from Calgary. And where I went was Sue Higgins Park in Carburn Park, which is around the Southland Drive part of Deerfoot Trail. Okay, so I can't see any other dust spots around here. Oh, Langley. Okay, so you're from Langley, and you're now in Edmonton. Oh, so you're also in Alberta. Hello, fellow Albertan. And it's good to hear that your day's going well. Today, I can hear the wind from my computer here, so and I think it's getting cold out, so I think it might snow today. So good day to be indoors and taking some photos, or not taking some photos, but editing some photos. A good day to be indoors and editing the photos. Okay, I can't see any other dust spots here. Okay, so we'll export that, and now we'll. Yeah, well, we're used to it here. For those of you, oh, how do I get out of that? How do I get out of this? Oh, there we go, escape. Right, so the next picture, but for those of you who don't know, I'm born and raised in Calgary. I've lived here my whole life, so it getting cold at this time of year is not out of the ordinary. It's actually less common now than it was when I was growing up. We've had snow in Calgary as early as September. And not late September, mid-September. That's the earliest I can remember snow falling here. So you can imagine all those trees with the leaves still on, and how much weight would have been put on them with all that snow. All right, so in case you're wondering what this picture is of, this is the Eric Harvey Bridge that I keep talking about. This is what connects Sue Higgins Park with Carburn Park. I've only been able to get one photo of it before that actually came out right, and that was back in 2016 when I first started going around city parks getting photos. And it was a rainy day that day, and it was all cloudy. So it's a lot different, and it's actually on my Instagram, and I get out to scroll down a bit to see it. But yeah, it was rainy and cloudy that day, so. Yeah, a lot different seeing it in the sunshine here. Let's see if we can do something here to, because it will need to be. Oh, Swearjar Games, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. How's your stream Swear Jar games? I see we're playing Call of Duty Cold War. How did it go? Welcome everybody. I'm Ashad Mukadam. I'm a author and photographer from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Uh, I play sports simulation and strategy games, sometimes adventure games. Oh, that's good to hear that your stream and your game went nice. Yeah, so yeah, I'll play adventure games if I like them. I'll play Mario and Sonic games. Today you're in for a special treat. This is my fourth ever photo editing stream. It's a very popular stream. I've had lots of demand for these streams, so yeah, it's nice to be able to do this for the fourth time. So for those of you who want to learn about editing photos and alternative software to the Adobe software, you came to the right place. And yeah, we still got a ways to go before all the photo editing is done. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this stream. So, anyways, actually, you know what? This is a good way to show you something. This is perspective editing. As you can see, DxO viewpoint. This is another software that I have on this MacBook, and what it does is it adjusts perspective. Okay, so this is some of the things that it does. You see, it can move the image up and down like this, which we want to do. We want to do left and right, like that. And you can stretch and shrink it like this. Okay. Oh, no. Like that, if you want to stretch it there. And yeah, we want to stretch it out a little bit like that. Let's move it a little bit more this way. And then we'll straighten it out using the horizon. All right, now for those of you who are brand new to this to these photo editing streams, let me just give you a quick introduction to the software that I use for editing my photos. I use On1 PhotoRaw and DxO Photolab as the primary, and then when I need to do more more editing, like adding filters and all that, I use Nick Collection software, specifically Color Effects Pro, which is really good for color editing. And if I think an image needs black and white, I use Silver Effects Pro. But if an image needs sharpening, I can use this Sharpener Pro here. Define, I think, is noise reduction, but that's already built into these other two software. There's Analog Effects Pro if you want to add film effects to it. HDR Effects Pro, I don't use that because I have Aurora HDR Pro or HDR 2018, which is used for HDR editing. There's also Viveza, which is more selective color editing, but and if I didn't have DxO Viewpoint, I would be using perspective effects for perspective editing. There's also Lens Flare Studio, but I haven't had a chance to show anybody that in any of my photo editing streams yet, because I haven't had any sun flares yet to be able to show it off. So far the skies have been good, so I haven't had to use Skylab Studio to show you that. There's the DxO Viewpoint, like I was talking about. It's built in as a plugin for Photolab. And then also, sometimes, especially for dust spot removal, though sometimes for a few other things, Affinity Photo, which is the Photoshop alternative that I use. So this image will try and do something with the horizon with the Eric Harvey bridge. Oh, yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, so let's take it down to 0. And I want to straighten it out the other way. Alright, so yeah, that looks good. So yeah, we did the perspective editing as you saw. We did straightening. So now we can work on the white balance here. Okay, we'll worry about well, actually, maybe we can reduce the exposure a little bit already. Alright, so in case you're wondering what this Clearview Plus is, that's DxO's way of doing haze removal. So as you can see, that removed a lot of the haze there. And usually 50 is really good with the haze removal. You don't have to go higher than that. Right, so let's lower the highlights here. We'll do the midtones there. Okay, put the shadows there. Increase the blacks a little bit there. Alright. So we'll add some contrast here. Some micro contrast here. Yeah. A little vibrancy. Add a little bit of that. Oh, what gaming laptop I'm going for? I found this website called Exotic PC, and on there you can really custom build the kind of gaming laptop you want. Yeah, it's one of those Exotic PC gaming laptops. I've read the reviews, and they're very good quality, very very good service. Yeah, so that's the one that I'm aiming for, one of those exotic PC gaming laptops. And when you look at the customization you can do with that, you can really build a monster one. Because, like, I looked at all these, yeah, that is really cool. Um, like, as I looked at some of the pre-built ones from places like Best Buy and London Drugs and Staples and the Source and all that, and like when you look at what like how much they charge for those and what kind of things they have in there, and it's yeah, it's not a very like it's better just to do a custom build than buy those pre-built ones. And also, like, I did look at Dell, but a lot of people have told me to stay away from Alienware because like, while it is a Dell name, it's not, Alienware is not a very good one, so I had to do some research there to find out where you can get nice custom gaming laptops and gaming PCs. Alright, so I'll do that with the sunlight here. And with the... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, so you got exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, that's because it's just better to custom build and try and get one of the pre-built ones. And another advantage of getting something like that is then uh, if I want to, I can also do photo editing streams from that computer. If I or I can use it as like my fourth screen when I'm doing the photo editing streams. It gives me a lot more leeway compared to what I have now, because what I have now is good. Like, it really works well, but that having that fourth screen would make it like just that much more enhanced and give me even more options about what I want to do when I stream. Let's try and get that. Okay, so that's the brightness there. Okay, so bring it about there. That looks good. But yeah, like the best thing to do is definitely build your own computer. Because and definitely the Acer computers. I have heard that, like, I have Asus, like their regular laptops. One Asus doesn't work anymore, and then the old PC laptop that I used to use for streaming games, uh, it was giving me so many problems when streaming. And I was always worried every time I was streaming from that. Is this stream gonna work out well? Whereas since I moved to the MacBook, I haven't had any problems with it. So yeah, like the only problem with the Macs is the limitations with gaming, uh, especially because with the Mac OS versions, you can't run older games and older software, so makes it a lot tougher. All right, so we'll do the foliage since there is some. Oh, Scouty, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Okay, so no, we don't want to do too much there with the foliage. Okay, and we'll do a graduated neutral density. That. Do that there. So we'll do the blend. So we'll do a vertical shift. Yeah, I don't think there's too much we can do. Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, the stream is going well. Oh, thank you, Fluffles. I really appreciate you coming by, and thank you again for the follow. Uh, I hope you learned a bit from the photo editing that I've been doing here, and hopefully we'll be able to chat again soon. Yeah, and Scouty, yeah, the stream is going well. Yeah, my day's been going well. I actually got a lot of sleep last night, so that helps. And today it's really cold out, and it might be snowing now. So good day to be inside and editing photos. That's for sure. And again, everybody, as you see, Nightbot just posted my Instagram. So yeah, if you want to give me a follow on Instagram, there's the link, and you can see all my photos. I post my clips on there. I post uh, a few things about my books on there, and like I said, you can see all my photos on my Instagram there. And what kind of news do you have, Scouty? You mentioned you're excited. What's the good news that you have? Okay, so let's see here. So we'll do that with the shadows. Do a little bit with the highlights there, and then we'll check for dust spots, and then see if dust spots, if there are any to remove. And hopefully you're feeling better, Scotty. I know you haven't been feeling the greatest the past few days. Hopefully you're feeling a lot better. Okay, so one here. Oh, oh, that's good news. Congrats on getting the Ford skin. I'm sure you'll be using that a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, hopefully, yeah, it's good that you're feeling better. But oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, but it's good that you're feeling better. But yeah, yeah, just take it one day at a time with mental stuff. Oh, I chose the wrong photo. Okay, that's the one that I wanted. Because with the mental stuff, you don't want to push yourself if you're not ready. So yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the emotes. Yeah, and for everybody who hasn't subscribed, Scotty just posted an emote there. What I did with making my emotes was actually use pictures that I've taken for my emotes. I mean, I just stuck with what worked, what I knew, and they're proving to be very, very popular. Whenever I put them in the chats, so yeah, and that emote that Scouty just posted, it's actually of this bridge, but there's another view of it. I did take a picture of fall colors with this bridge here that you'll see later on in the stream. So, but yeah, this is the bridge that the pictures of. You can't find any dust spots here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any dust spots in this one. Alright. Right, so I think we're up. Next picture. Yes. So here I'll just do some very basic edits here, and then I'll show you black and white editing in. Okay, I think we'll need to do white balance. Yeah, we'll want to do that. Yeah. Yeah, definitely we'll want to straighten it out. Um, okay. And yeah. Just see if I can get a little more straight. I send it into Silver Effects Pro to show you how black and white editing works. Okay. And in case you're like this gazebo, this is actually after you cross the Eric Harvey Bridge there. So yeah, here of course nobody was sitting in, but I remember when I was over in this area back at the end of May, there were a lot of people sitting in there. Uh, Probably to keep cool because it was a cooler day when I went there last Monday. So that's probably why there weren't as many people there. But yeah, it was a lot warmer. Um, yeah, it was a lot warmer when I went at the end of May. So yeah, a lot of people were in there probably to keep cool. So I'll show you black and white editing now with Silver Effects Pro. Okay. Right. So there's how it's different. You see, here's all these presets here. Now, in case you're wondering if I downloaded them, no, I did not. I like these were all included with the software, and I think in the updates, a few more were added. So as you can see, there's all different types of effects through the presets you can do here. All right, so let's choose. Let me see what preset. Yeah, we'll do that one. All right. And as you can see, it already does some things. But you can do more with it. So you can either brighten it up or darken it. I think we'll darken it a little bit. A little extra structure here. Okay. We can do selective adjustments here. Um, we can do some selective adjustments. Sure, is there any selective adjustments really needed? No, I don't think there are. Okay. And you can do a color filter. So I have a white color filter, a red color filter here, an orange one, a yellow one, a green one, and a blue one. Now the blue one is a little too dark. This green one looks nice, and what you can do is you can increase the strength, or increase it or decrease it. I was decreasing when I was saying increasing, but yeah, this is increasing, this is decreasing. So that 100% will increase it a little bit. Then if you want, you can add a film type. So as you can see, you can preview what each film type does. But we'll keep it neutral. Then if you want, you can add green if you want. Like that's the curves. So now you can do some finishing adjustments here. Like you can keep it neutral, you can do a split tone. Do things like this, a blue tone here. Okay, we'll keep it a neutral tone. And if you want to keep a vignette or a burn edge, you can. Yeah. So we'll save that, and maybe we'll send it into Affinity Photo to just export it, because I don't want to lose these changes, so you have to save like that. And maybe we'll have to do a little straightening, because it might be a little crooked still. But yeah, that's pretty much what black and white editing is in Silver Effects Pro here. And so we'll take it to Affinity Photo. Oh, thanks, Jess. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you still being here, and thank you for the bits. I really appreciate that. Right, so, yeah, definitely will want to straighten it out just a little more. Yeah, like that, and then do that, and do a little bit of cropping here, so that way you don't end up with the edges, because what happens is, like, this is more, when you open it up in preview, you see these edges as little blank spaces there. Oh, hey, thanks for the hype, I really appreciate that. Right, so we'll apply that. Now, export in. You see what I meant by it's better, you need it as a TIFF. If we're going to do additional changes to it in different software, you saw. That's why we had to do a little bit of straightening. And so now, so all the pictures that we've edited so far, and let's see here. Okay, here's the next one, and this is as I was walking along the pathway in Carbon Park, and I happened to look across the river, and yeah, I saw all these the trees with the fall colors. Although, as you can see, one is lost all its leaves. So yeah, but anyway, so I had to take a picture of this. All right, so um. Okay, I don't know if exposure is needed. We'll find out soon enough. Well, it looks like that haze removal worked. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do. No, perspective editing isn't needed. No, no horizontal, vertical. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay, so oh, no, we don't want it that way. We want it the other way to straighten it out. I can see that there was a little bit of a curve there. I'm not sure if that was due to the river or not due to the river. So let's get a little more straight. Okay, there we go. And we'll do some white balance there. Okay, let's see the highlights. And the midtones here. Shadows. Okay, so we'll do that with the contrast. Then, yeah, I'll do that with, yeah, I think we'll need to a little bit extra with the exposure, but yeah, before I forget, we want to add some extra purple fringe removing. We want to remove that. And for everybody who's new to these photo editing streams, what chromatic aberration is, it's the pink or purple and green lines that you see in a raw image after you like when you're editing, you zoom in, you see these pink and green lines on, say, tree branches and some other things on the sides of them, like on the sides of some objects. So you have to remove that, and especially when you're trying to take a or make a print, it's very obvious. So you have to remove that. And more, this is the pink and green lines, like it's especially on buildings, but sometimes also on gravel, water, dirt, grass. So again, it gets very distracting. So you definitely want to remove all that. Okay. Okay. And we'll add a little more. Oh, I don't want to go into analog effects. Um, yeah, like some people will use that because they want to add those film effects. For me, film effects, yeah, the film effects, yeah, that's not the type that I like to do. Oh, and you'll see Nightbot just posted a campsite.bio link. Campsite.bio is basically a link tree, like a link tree alternative. The reason why I don't have a link tree instead I'm using campsite.bio, Facebook for some reason doesn't want me to use Linktree. It doesn't allow me to make any posts or allow me to keep the Linktree. So that's why I have campsite.bio. But yeah, I have my other websites and my social media on there. So if you're trying to see what, if you want to follow me on not just Instagram or Twitter, but my other social media, and you want to view all that, yeah, you click that link and it'll take you there. Okay, so we'll do a polarizer. Right. We'll do the sunlight filter. As you can see, with the fall light in Calgary, a different angle compared to spring and summer light. A lot lower there. So we'll do some saturation there and add a little enhancement to the foliage. Not user defined, though. You see how that made it look like a sunset when I actually clicked on that. We'll do that. Okay, we'll do that. That. And let's see the shadows. And then the highlights. Let's see if a brilliance warmth filter will enhance it a little more. Yep, it does. Okay. And we'll save that and then look for dust spots. Now, as I was saying, imagine me having to do this the other way before I got DxO Photolab that just took out all that chromatic aberration. Um, yeah. Half an hour to an hour per image, so we would not be almost halfway through these images, because with Affinity Photo, what I would have to do is, like there's this, selection, there's I want, I would have had to do the selection and then, defringe and all that, and, uh, I'd have had to do a lot of different things in there, and, yeah, it, took a while, so, you can imagine how much, more difficult it was. Okay. Okay, so let's take a. Oh, there's another dust spot right there. Oh, huh? Okay. Right, so okay. I'm just removing that dust spot there, and I think that's a dust spot, but I know that one is. At least I think it is. Alright, so there's another one. There's a dust spot right there. So as you can see, uh, sometimes those dust spots just pop up without you. Well, as I was saying, those dust spots sometimes just pop up. Uh, and it's especially important when you're talking about the sky to make sure you monitor for dust spots and remove them. Because, yeah, it can get pretty distracting. What happened there? Oh, okay. But yeah, when it comes down to a dust spot, it's more obvious when it's a sky like this, like either clear sky or even a sky with clouds in it, because that's where you can see them. Right, see here. Oh, there's another one that I nearly missed, and I got rid of that one. But anyway, we'll get rid of it just now. Right. And it looks like, yeah, looks like that's all of them that I could see. So export that. Right. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next image. As you can see, let's see. Now, this is, I think, the zoomed in. Yes, the zoomed in one of that one. And yeah, as you can see, this tree here. Oh, and you saw those pink or purple and green lines that I was talking about. Yeah, that's the chromatic aberration that I was talking about. Yeah, this is the zoomed in of that view that I had. As you can see, there's the tree with no leaves on it. As you can see, some of the trees are almost bare. So yeah, when I said you have to act fast here, I wasn't kidding. Okay, so do daylight. See what it does when I do the horizon. You know what? Let's try and straighten it out a little bit. Okay, well that looks like that's straight enough. And do some purple fringing here. Some more removal if there is any. Okay, we already did the white balance. Yeah. Select that, select that. Oh, what? Oh, okay. I was wondering, where's the haze removal? But yeah, just saw it. Anyway, it looks like we'll turn down those highlights. Mid midtones a little bit. That. That. Add some contrast there. A little vibrancy there. Do that. Yeah, we'll do a little extra exposure, but that's we don't want to go too high because we're going to be doing a little more in Color Effects Pro there. Okay, so we'll do the polarizing filter here. Okay. Then the sunlight. Oof. Oh, that's. Oh, let's see what we can do. Maybe we can turn down that brightness a bit. Yeah, definitely turn down the brightness a little bit. And contrast. Okay. And we'll foliage. That. And let's see here. The graduated neutral density. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. We'll do that. Like that. So in that way, a little more obvious that there's fall colors. Shadows. We don't really need the links in the warmth filter. We'll just remove those dust spots here. Okay. And okay, let's open that up and do the dust spot removal here. All right. So so we'll just remove. I think that might be a bird, but I'm not sure. So I'll just remove that. I'll remove that. So there's another dust spot. See? So you see, when I said those dust spots can just sneak up on you. Yeah, that's how they can just do that. You're just moving it around and. Okay, so I'll just remove that. I think that's a bird, but still, I'm not 100% sure. Okay. Oh, I removed that dust spot. Okay. I'll just try and remove it again. Yeah. Right. I'll remove that one. Okay. We'll remove that bird there. Or at least I think it's a bird. I'm not 100% sure. That. Okay, so we'll remove that. Okay. Move that one. Okay, there's the dust spot. I just had to make sure. Let's see here. Okay, so move that. Okay, move that one there. This. Okay, we got them all. Let's see here. I think that's one. Okay, I think oh, we got all the dust spots there. All right. So it looks like we got all the dust spots. Oh. All right, so let's move on to the next image here. Oh, we're almost at what I was talking about with regards to that one emote I mentioned. Okay, so this part, like it's a bridge, like here's okay. So when I took these photos, this is the next two, and all right. So there's this like on the pathways you're walking. You eventually get to like that part with the pond and all that. Now there's two ways. There's a left way and a right way. If you turn left, then you come across this little pedestrian bridge, and it crosses I don't know. It doesn't cross a river, but it crosses this little. I don't know if it's a creek or anything, but anyway, it crosses this. And if you look to the north, this is what you see. And if you look to the south, this is the bridge. And if you remember that emote that I was talking about, that Scotty put in there, this is actually this is actually the view of the Eric Harvey Bridge that I was talking about. That emote is from. It's actually, and that's from the picture I took at the end of May. So yeah, so that has the spring colors. So yeah, yeah. So this is the same picture that the emote is based on. Just that in here it's fall color surrounding it, whereas in the emote it's spring color surrounding it. So yeah, just yeah. So that's just a little background about what I was talking about earlier with the Eric Harvey Bridge. When I was editing that picture there of the bridge itself. Like the view as you're about to cross it, or if you turn around and you just look across. Anyway, well, before we get to editing that picture there, we'll edit this picture and not click that arrow there. Okay. And it is a little crooked, so we'll do some more. Oof, it's not what we wanted. Okay, so I'm just adjusting the just raising the horizon here, like straightening it out, because that made it way too crooked here. Uh, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So, um, right, so we'll do that and that before I forget. Then we'll do some white balance. Okay. We'll do that. Do that. We'll do that. Okay, so we'll add a little bit of that and a little bit of that, and then turn it into Nick Collection, Color Effects Pro. Alright, so yeah, I'm just waiting for it to get into ColorFX Pro here. Um, right, there we go. And let's see the polarization. Right, like that. And we'll do the sunlight filter here. Okay. Well, I'll do that with contrast, and then do that with the saturation here. Let's see here. What do we need to do next? Oh yeah, foliage. Not gla. Yeah, we don't want glamour glow. We want foliage. So we'll do that. Then let's see here. We will do graduated neutral density here. Okay, like that. A little bit of a blend here. That with the shift. And we'll do that and that. Yeah, let's see if we can use this filter here. And okay, let's warm it up a little bit, not too much. And then we'll, oh, I can already see there's some dust spots that need to be removed. I can already, so we'll do that. And now, I remember when I was talking earlier on about how before I upgraded this to the 16 gigabytes of RAM and the SSD. Now, imagine even trying to export and save all these images and how long it would take with an HDD and only 4 gigabytes of RAM. Uh, yeah, it was slow. Yeah, like here you saw, within a minute or two, it's already done. And we can move on to the next program to finish it up with the dust spot removal. Before, yeah, sometimes it would take 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes, just for it to export or save. Um, yeah, it took a long time. So yeah, definitely getting the extra RAM and the SSD was it was definitely worth it with being a time saver. That we can keep that little streak there. Okay. So there's another spot to remove. Oh, yeah, there's another one. It's a little dark, but oh, Serena. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? All right, so we'll remove uh, that dust spot there. Oh, there's another one there. Oh, okay, there's another one. And let's see here. Okay, there's, yeah, so a few other dust spots I didn't notice before. Right. Okay. Well, this one a little more tricky, but just because of the tree here, and I'll show you what I mean. Let's say I do it like this. You'll see exactly what happens in a minute. You see how it gets a little smudged? We don't want that. So you have to be very careful when it comes down to removing the dust spot there. See? How it just moved the dust spot but didn't smudge anything there? And that's the case with removing any object from a photo. You have to be very careful that you do it properly. Otherwise, A useful tool is that clone stamp tool. See, when I was talking about that little cross, now on a Mac, I'm not sure about a PC because, like I said, I haven't edited photos before on a PC. My only experience with editing photos on a Mac. But when you press the Option key, see how this little cursor shows up? And you click on an area, then you see how that little circle there shows blue, like this type of a blue. And you click there, and let's just I'm just gonna click it just to show you what I mean by the cursor moves. See, look how the cursor moves. If you look at that little black cross at the over there, you see how it moves with. That's why sometimes then what you have to do is you have to constantly press the Option key and select that same area or some similar area. So we won't use the clone stamp tool here because there's no people to remove and no objects that are distracting to remove. I want to keep these logs here because it kind of captures what I was trying to go for. Okay, Serena. Hopefully that goes well, and thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any other dust spots. Okay. So we'll export that. Right. Alright, so we'll move on to the next photo here. Again, thank you, Serena. Really appreciate it. Okay, so as I was saying about the emotes there, so that one emote that you saw in the chat earlier, yeah, it's basically this view, but just in spring at the end of May. One of those pictures that I had taken. As you can see, this is surrounded by fall colors, so slightly different. Like it's the same view, but like the one that you saw in the emote is spring. The one that you see here is fall. So that's the only difference. But yeah, as you can tell, it's still a great view. Okay, I did zoom in at 50 millimeters there. So we'll get rid of that. We'll do that, and then we'll have to straighten it out. I already see it needs to be straightened. Right? Just see if I can straighten it out a little more. Okay, yeah, that looks nice and straight. Okay, so we'll do that. Do that. And again, as you saw, the haze removal. Yeah, as you see, the haze removal made the sky a lot more clear there. And that's why I say these haze removal sliders and tools have really made it a lot easier to edit some of these photos. So, yeah. So increase the exposure just a little bit so we can turn on the highlights, increase the midtones, increase the shadows there, the blacks a little bit. And increase the contrast there. And increase a little bit of the micro contrast. But like I said, with the haze removal, as you can see, it's a lot, the sky a lot clearer, the image a lot clearer. Like these haze removal sliders really save a lot of work because before, like I said, luckily I had Aurora HDR so I could do, so I could still remove the haze. But that was the only software I had available to do haze removal. And some pictures that I was doing haze removal on didn't actually want to do them in HDR, but I had to because because it was the only way to get rid of the haze. But so the haze removal really helps a lot. Okay, so we'll just open up Color Effects Pro there, send it into that, and do those filters. Then we'll do the. I can already see as there's a dust spot there. And I'm sure there are other dust spots that didn't catch. As I say, as I keep saying, whenever I do the dust spot removal, those things can sneak up on you. But okay, we'll do the polarizer there. Then we'll do sunlight here. Okay, we'll do that. That will turn down the brightness a bit. Okay, like that. And we'll increase the contrast. Okay. We'll do a little bit of foliage. Actually, wait, let's see what happens when we enhance the foliage a little bit more. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright, then, let's see here. In case you're wondering if there are any, duck or bird photos this time, no, I don't think there were any ducks, swimming in the river when I was crossing the Eric Harvey Bridge here. And, like, you'll know what I'm talking about, pretty soon. Maybe it'll be after my lunch break. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it'll be after my lunch break. I don't know, but I didn't see any ducks swimming the pond thing, and I wasn't like I said, it was all about the fall colors here. Um, all about the fall colors here, not really about taking too many pictures of animals. Although when I went to Bonus Park, I ended up with the picture of the ducks with those ducks and the Canada geese. Okay. We'll do the highlights there. I think that's yeah, I think that's good. So we'll do the dust spot removal. Uh, okay, so let's do the dust spot removal. Right, so you'll use okay. Now, yeah, I just got a notification on the phone, so I felt the vibration. But anyway, now you'll see that there are other tools here besides the in painting brush tool. There's red eye removal. Of course, we didn't take any portraits. There's a healing brush tool. I've tried it. It doesn't work as well as the in painting brush tool. The patch tool. Um, I haven't been able to master it. So, and yeah, the blemish removal tool. That's more for portraits again. I think if we were to use on one photo raw for that, or if I were to use it, that would do a good job of removing the blemishes. But yeah, it is basically what it is basically what uh, it says. It removes blemishes from the skin. But yeah, the in-painting brush tool is what I like to use the most, especially for dust spot removal, because that works best for it, as you can see. Okay. Remove that. Right, so let's see here. Oh, there's another dust spot there. Oh, there's another dust spot there. There's another dust spot there. Okay, there's another dust spot there. Now, speaking of portraits, I remember there was this one comedian, I think it was Just for Laughs. He was talking about how now portraits with all these digital cameras, you can just select which picture you want. Uh, I remember, like, when I was in school, it was all film cameras that were used. Of course, I think I mentioned this before. It's definitely on my bio on my photography website. Uh, where first camera that I'd used was, I think, it was this Michelangelo Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles camera where you take the picture and the photo of Michelangelo, it would be like just an outline of him and all that. It would show up in the bottom right, and it was a 110 millimeter film camera, so yeah, that wasn't as common as the 35 millimeter film cameras, and I remember also another camera that I'd use was my dad's film camera. I think that was a 35 millimeter film camera, and I remember whenever he was trying to put the film in, the film cartridge in there, it was interesting because he would have to first line up everything, then wind it up so now the film properly got attached in there. Uh, and I remember taking some pictures with that camera, and I remember the way like I'm talking about school portraits, but this is the truth with any film camera. The way it worked was you take the picture and hope it turned out. um, there was like even with digital, it's like that. But at least you can see it in real time. There it was basically you take the picture and however many weeks later, hope it turned out okay. So it was like that with school portraits where they take the picture and yeah, you hope it turned out okay. Alright, so there's a dust spot there. Okay, it doesn't look like it's working properly. So this is where, excuse me, let me just have some water. So remember when I was saying that dust spots, sometimes you have to be careful, and I showed you exactly what happened, like in terms of near a tree. It's the same thing with the cloud. You have to be very careful. We're trying to remove a dust spot along the that is partly in the cloud and partly in the sky, because as you saw, sometimes it can end up a little uneven. So we'll remove that and that. Let's see here. Okay, we'll move that. I'm not sure if that's a bird or not, so there's something sorry. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so I think that's all the dust spots there, so okay, what I'll do is I'm going to export this photo, and I'm going to take a lunch break. Everybody who's been in my stream knows that I don't eat my lunch at the desk. They already know the story about the office and all that, so what I'll do is I'll take a lunch break right now. Once this exports. Okay, so then we'll continue with the rest of the photos after lunch. So I just put up my Be Right Back screen. You already know it's my photography logo. So I'll see you all after lunch. Hey everybody, I'm back. Well, when I looked out the window while I was having lunch, rain snow mix. So, yeah, the snow is here in Calgary. That's for sure. Okay, we'll continue on with the editing. This one might be able to do an on-one photo actually. Drawing number 23, I think. And, yeah, so a rain snow mix outside, but guys are hoping that I might be able to start taking winter photos soon. It's wet snow, so that's the type of snow that melts as soon as it hits the ground. Um, yeah, it's still gonna be a while before winter photos start coming. Um, yeah. Now here, if you're wondering what this picture is, actually of the forested area. Like there's, you remember that little pedestrian bridge I was talking about, the wooden one, when I was talking about the view of that Eric Harvey Bridge. As you were walking more, let me just make sure that you can. Okay. As you're walking more, you go into this little forested area, and let's check to make sure that there is no chromatic aberration here. I can always cancel and go into well, photo lab here. See, yeah. Let's check out the info. Oh, okay, yeah. Guess this is for the Excel photo lab. Anyway, as you're walking, yeah, you see there's this forested area here, and yeah, I really liked how it looked, so that's why I took this picture. It looked really nice. Now, normally I don't take pictures of the forested areas, but because of its fall colors, it was a good idea to do that. As you can see, a lot of the trees lost their leaves already, and many of the leaves are on the ground here. But when I looked at the picture in the screen on the camera, and I examined it, I was like, "Ooh, this actually doesn't look too bad." Because I mean, it captures how fall can be in a forested area where like most of the trees lose their leaves, but a lot of the leaves are on the ground. Um, like I've only taken one other picture of a forested area, and yeah, it turned out okay, but yeah, but this one really worked out well for me. See? Oh, okay, so that'll set it. Okay, so now I know that straighten it out a little more. Okay. That a lot of these things, and then we'll get started with editing this photo. Right? I don't. Excuse me. I don't know if exposure really needs to be increased. Okay, yeah, definitely we want to turn down the highlights a bit, but not too much. It's like shadows. That. let's see about increasing the increasing the contrast a little bit. And there we go. Right. We'll do that with the vibrancy, saturation. You'll take it to Color Effects Pro, but I don't know if there's going to be too much that's needed, especially, well, maybe the sunlight filter will be needed after all, because there is still some sun shining in this area here. Now, let me just, while we're waiting, I'll just check to make sure I didn't miss anything while I was away for lunch. Right. Okay. So it doesn't look like I missed anything while I was away for lunch. Okay. A little bit of a polarization there. Let's see what the sunlight filter does. Okay. There. Light temperature there. Brightness a little bit. Okay, put the contrast over here. That there. Okay, I'm just also just checking something. Let's see here. So we need graduated neutral density. Maybe the foliage can be enhanced as well. Oh, oh. Remember when I said you have to be careful? Make sure you press the add filter button, otherwise, you lose all the edits. Well, there you go. I clicked graduated neutral density without making sure that I clicked the add filter button. So me making that mistake is uh, shows you exactly why you have to make sure you press that add filter button. There we go. So we'll enhance the foliage. Right. Right, so let's see here. So that's how much the foliage can be enhanced. Let's see. And let's see here. Yeah, the graduated neutral density. Okay, we'll do that. That. Yeah, and I don't see anywhere where there might be some. We'll do it there. That a little bit. That. Save that. Then we will. I'll just. You know what? I think I can export to disk using. Oh, this one, not OBS. OBS is not a photo editing software. Okay. There it is. So let's not export to application to disk. Want that? Oh, better change the folder. Original image folder. Some folder. And there. There. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's already exported. Okay, so this is the next one. Now, um, how do I explain? Once you get out of that forested area, like there's a little, in that forested area that I was in there, that you saw from the previous image. There's turning right and turning left. If you turn left, there's more forested area, and I think that goes by the Bow River. If you turn right, goes into this little grassy field area, and you'll see more trees. And as you can see, there's some fall colors, but also some trees that don't have leaves on them anymore. So yeah, when I say you have to act quick around here, if you want to get fall colors photos, I'm not kidding. Right? Oh no. Oh, well, maybe it's a little. Let's reset that to 0, and then if something that I can do with it, because that was a little too extreme if you ask me. Okay, straighten it out a little bit. There we go. Right. Oh, okay. Do the white balance. And turn down the highlights a little bit. And then that. That. Do a little bit of that for the blacks. Yeah, I don't think exposure needs to be adjusted here. Okay, that. And then the color a little bit. Wasn't trying to shrink the size of that. Okay, so alright, so we'll send that over to the Nick collection here. Okay, so yeah, just going to wait for that. Okay, there we go. Now imagine trying to load up some of the software with 4 GB of RAM and an HDD. How much slower it was compared to what it's like now. Okay, right? That okay? We don't really need to do that with the shadows, do we? Okay, the sunlight filter here. That. The contrast, okay, like that. We don't want to be desaturated, yeah, like that. Okay, and then do the foliage here. A little bit of enhancement, not too much. Graduated neutral density, and I think that would be. Oh yeah, got to check for dust spots. So okay, like that, and we'll check for dust spots. And I already see that there's a big one right there that is very distracting. So yeah, definitely we're gonna have to remove those dust spots here. Right. So now we'll just move that one, since we know that one is one of them. Let's see. Okay, we'll move that. That might be a bird, but better safe than sorry. Let's see here. Okay, that one. um, I don't know if that's one, but I'll just remove that anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there's one, and another one right here. Let's see here. Oh, oh, there's one right there. Huh. Remember what I said about how they can just sneak up on you like that? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. And it looks like, right, that's it for the dust spots. At least from what I can tell. So we'll export that. And move on to the next one. Right. Okay, so yeah, I thought I'd seen something, but yeah, this is more of the view from little grassy field that I was talking about. Or walking like this heads towards the pond. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see the images. As you can see, it's actually coming up. Um, yeah, that looks straight. Okay, do that. Do that. And we'll guess we'll adjust that to daylight. Let's see here. I don't know if exposures really need to be adjusted. I'm not sure. Is that with the highlights? Is that with the midtones? Okay, we'll do that. I don't think exposure will need to be adjusted here because it's doing a pretty good job. And then do the enhancements in Color Effects Pro. It's going to be right now. Yeah, because remember those adjustments like this, like that sunlight filter. See how it makes it so much brighter if or if I had put in an exposure enhancement, it might have been a little too bright. That wouldn't have been. That wouldn't have looked nice. All right. Okay, so we'll do that. Then the sunlight filter here. We'll make it like that. Okay. See, this is what happens when we completely desaturate. This is what happens when you completely saturate. So you don't have to completely saturate or desaturate there. Okay. Then we'll do the foliage. Now, that's it a little bit, not too much. And let's see the graduated neutral density here. Okay. Do that. Okay. Actually, I think, and then get rid of the dust spots, and I can already see one right there. Oh, and there's another one. So yeah, definitely we're gonna have to remove those dust spots. Okay. Right, so now, hold on. Oh yeah, option. Yeah, we want option. Excuse me. Right. Oh, there's the two dust spots I saw for sure, and there's a third one. Right, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, there's another one. Okay, there's another one. Oh, and to everybody in Canada, happy Thanksgiving. It is Thanksgiving long weekend here. Yeah, tomorrow is the Canadian Thanksgiving. It's as far as I can remember, it's always been the second Monday of October. Why our Thanksgiving's in October? I don't know. I just know it is. But and yeah, we have a snowy Thanksgiving. Let's see. Uh, all I all I'm wondering is, are we gonna have thunder snow? Um, Now for those of you who don't know what thunder snow is, that is basically a thunderstorm, but instead of rain falling, it's snowing outside, and like at least here, it's most common in October. Uh, like I've like a lot of people who live in Ohio have told me that thunder snow also happens over there, and I was talking to somebody from Atlanta, Canada, yesterday, and they were saying that Labrador also gets thunder snow. So yeah, I thought it was just a Calgary thing, but turns out it happens in a few other places. Right? Hmm. Don't, I don't think there's any other dust spots here. We'll export that. Okay. Oh. Okay, so here, this is another area, and like as you're walking towards that pond, okay, and as you can see, so, there's some photos of the pond that are coming up. And yeah, as you can see, there's also some pine trees growing there, and or some, I think those are bushes, not trees, but anyway, see how they've all lost their leaves, so yeah. Right? Okay, so let's get white balance there. Okay, I don't think any exposure adjustment will be needed. Let's on those highlights and the tones here, shadows and the blacks. Okay, some contrast here. That. Then, alright, so that looks pretty straight. Just send it to Color Effects Pro. Right, so let's okay, there it is. It's already loading up. Okay, so let's do the polarization. Oh, this is what, like I said, this is what happens when it's all the way. We don't want it to go all the way. Okay, so we'll do an add filter. The sunlight filter here. Now this is what happens. Now, in case you're wondering what happens when you put it all the way up, this is what happens. As you can see, pretty much takes everything out. So you want to make sure that the light strength isn't too high. Okay, so contrast there. Saturation a little higher. Okay, and then foliage here, and okay, it a little bit. Okay. So we'll do the graduated neutral density and that. Oh, and when I was talking about filters for your camera lenses, there are other types of filters available for your camera lenses. I think one is a UV filter. I think that blocks out UV light from into your camera lens. Okay, and I'm not sure about know about the UV. I forget the names of the others, but yeah, there are others that you can try on your lens. Like I don't have any filters on my lenses. Yeah, it's just something that would just be another thing, especially since I put on the lens hoods, and the lens hoods do a pretty good job of what I need to do. So the lens hoods do a good job of what I need to do. So yeah, that's why I don't have the filters, and then uh, all this photo editing software helps me out. But yeah, if you want, like, I'm not saying don't use a filter. I'm just saying I don't use a filter. So if you want to use a filter, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with using a filter. Um, you can always see how kind of photos you can get with those filters on your lenses. But I'm just saying I don't use a filter. So the beauty of photography is everybody has their own preferences, their own style. So you take photos however in the way that you feel most comfortable in terms of what you want to. Why aren't those things going away? Alright, there we go. I was wondering. Shouldn't they have disappeared by now? But anyway, let's, there we go. That gets rid of those things. No. We'll try and get rid of those things. Right. Just try and get rid of that. Okay. Let's try and be careful with getting rid of that. Okay, so just making sure that I didn't miss any dust spots. Let's check. Right. Let's export that. Oh, so how it ended up getting cut down like that. Ooh. Let me just. I wonder why it ended up being 4800 by 200. A little weird. Huh. Okay, so I don't know how that happened. Anyway, okay, well, we'll just export it. Don't know how that happened with 4800. I just cancel that. So I just noticed it showed 4800 by 3200, and I was wondering, huh, how did that happen? I didn't change anything in there. It looks like, I don't know how the image size got changed, but okay. Anyway, I just noticed that the image size somehow got changed. Okay, well, anyway, I'll deal with that after. I'll deal with that later. Anyway, continuing with editing the photos. Just continue with editing these photos, and uh, okay, so where were we? Let's make sure. Okay, so 28. Okay, so that's done. We'll go to this next one, and as you can see, this is across from that pond. That's in Carburn Park. You can see these images here. Or, well, not these images, but you can see the trees here, like that. Okay, so let's see the. Don't want that. That. Okay, so let me just work. There it is. Let me just work on proper straightening of it. Just checking something. The- Oh, okay. Now I know what happened. I think. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think I know what happened. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, just fixed it on my camera. Anyway, these photos are still good. I was wondering why suddenly the image size suddenly changed from what was it? That one. Well, the images still came out nicely. I was wondering why. Okay, that's the wrong one. Why the images suddenly went from 6,000 to 6,000 by 4,000 to 4,800 by 3,200. And what must have happened was when I was taking the pictures, um, what must have happened was like you see on the front of the camera, at least the one that I'm using, there's this FN button, and when you press it, and and then there's these wheels. You press the FN button, and you that. And when you press that FN button, all right, what happens is, and if you press the wheel, what ends up happening is, yeah, as it turns out, there's a 1.3 times mode or function or whatever. So that's what happened. But anyway, the images are still good. I just didn't know. Well, you always learn something new, don't you? And now I know that that's definitely what happened. Anyway, we'll just adjust the highlights because I suddenly see 4,800 by 3,200. I'm wondering, what on earth is going on there? Why is it 4,800 by 3,200? But yeah, it turns out that's what happened. So you always learn something new. So I didn't know that I done that, but anyway, uh, now we know. Okay, so we'll do that with the blacks, right? And that with the contrast. Okay, we'll do that with the vibrancy. That with the saturation. Okay, we'll just clear that. We'll send it to Color Effects Pro. Anyway, yeah, like I said, this is the pond, so let's do some polarization there. Not done yet. Hopefully have to have some sunlight here. Like that. Right. Make it too bright. We'll do that. Anyway, that's so for those of you with the DSLR and mirrorless cameras, yeah. Uh now now you know what that FN button does. Like, I didn't know what it actually did. So, and yeah, I must have actually pressed it somehow when I was walking around, and but now I know what it does. A little bit of foliage enhancement, not too much, just a little bit. And graduated neutral density. There. That. And we'll brighten up the water a little bit. How do I shift it? Like that, yep. The shadow a little bit. Highlight. No. That with the highlights a little bit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to check for dust spots. I can see one. But yeah, that FN button, I didn't know what it did. Now I know what it does. So, yeah. Right. Oh. The Okay, so we'll get rid of that dust spot there. That. Okay. I was just going. Okay. We'll get rid of that. And now we know that it's 6,000 by 4,000. The file sizes are bigger than 4,800 by 3,200 files. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a dust spot there. All right. It looks like we think I got rid of all the dust spots, so move on to the next picture. Okay. Right. So we'll move on to the next one, and There it is, and this is another area, and again, as you can see, some of the trees already lost their leaves, some hadn't completely changed color yet. Right, so we'll just turn on, so we'll, there. Need that much of an adjustment, so that. Okay, there we go. Then right, so we'll do that with the. It's not too much of an adjustment, I don't think, with white balance. Say about the exposure. On the highlights just a bit. That. That. And that. That. And then add a little extra saturation there. So we'll put it into Nick Collection now. And as you can see, even though the images are 4800 by 3200, still, the editing is the same. It's still a raw file, but the image ends up like it's not like the 6000 by. Thought that it would go full screen, but it's still the same image. But this is a good way to, in some ways, that mistake that I made with actually putting it in that mode. Was a good thing because it shows you a different mode that you can take pictures in. Let's turn up the brightness a bit. Okay. A little extra contrast there. Saturation here. Do the foliage. Now here, because there's a mix of green and yellow and orange, I'm going to use the second one. Right. We'll enhance it a little bit. Do the graduated neutral density. Yeah, but it shows you like what this 1.3 times mode that is in the crop sensor camera, what that can do, and how the images are a little different then. That highlights about there. Yeah, so still, it also teaches me about what the 1.3 times mode is also like. Okay. Right, so we'll just oh, so we have to press that option. Oh. Okay, I accidentally pressed the wrong button, or the wrong key, so we'll try this again with removing the dust spots. Right. There. And remove that. Okay, we'll move that. Again, like I said, I think those are birds, but yeah, don't want to take the chance. They're not. Um, okay. We'll just take that out. Okay. Um, and yeah, I don't see. Oh, there is one other thing here, and I think those are birds, but still, if they're dust spots or something like that, I don't want to take a chance. Okay, does look like, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let me just put that tool there. We'll export that. Okay. Let's put that, and then let's. So, and yeah, that's let's check. Oh, that is okay. So at that pond, then when you get to like the front of it, if you will, there are a couple of benches, and there's this little what is it called, the fence or whatever, whatever it's called over there, and hold on, be able to select more, shouldn't I? No, well, I guess there will more. Oh, did I? Well, I guess there is no more there. Uh, oh, okay. Guess there's no more. Let's see if I can turn on everything else. Yep. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any more to remove or something. Oh, no, it doesn't look like there's any more to remove. Okay. Oh, looks like this time the auto horizon tool worked because it has it pretty much straight. Okay. So let's see here. Do that with the highlights. That with the midtones. We'll do that with the shadows. That with the blacks. That with the contrast. Micro contrast. We'll do that with the vibrancy. And that with the saturation. I was just checking something. Oh, no wonder. I forgot to. Okay. Let's reset that because it's a JPEG. Didn't realize that I forgot to delete the JPEG. So I just was wondering why more wasn't working when it should have. Okay, oh, that's what I want. There we go. Let's try this again. There we go. I didn't realize I was editing the JPEG. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, so 0.65 was actually the right one. Yep, there we go. Right. As you saw with that JPEG, actually it was a good thing that I was trying to edit the JPEG, but because it showed you exactly what I was talking about, where you don't get as much detail, and you saw there were some things there that just didn't seem right. when I was doing the editing. So you see here, I was a little more complete compared to trying to edit that JPEG. So we'll do that with the contrast. Do that with the micro contrast. We'll do that. That. Finish it up in Color Effects Pro. Okay, so we'll do that with the polarization. Okay, and then we'll do that. Okay. That. Sunlight. Enhance the foliage a little bit. Just a little bit, not too much. Then we'll, let's see here. Graduated neutral density. Okay, we'll do that with the upper tonality. That with the lower tonality. Do that with the blend. Do that with the vertical shift. Okay, do that with the shadows. Do that with the highlights. Save it, and then as you can see, there's some dust spots. Like even though it was shot in 1.3 times mode in there, you see a crop sensor, at least with this one, 6,000 by 4,000. You saw how there's dust spots. Even if you go 1.3 times mode, you see how there's still some dust spots in there. So yeah, it's important to remove those dust spots regardless. All right, so that one. Oh, there's another one. There it is. And there's another dust spot. So, well, it might be a bird, like I said, but I'll just remove that. Okay. Okay, there's another one. There's another one. And there's another one. So you see, even in 1.3 times mode, where where the resolution is 4800 by 3200, was it? Yeah, still lots of dust spots. Just that maybe the locations are a little different. Okay, so let's export that. I think I got rid of all the dust spots, so that's why I'm exporting it. Alright, so now here's that view of the pond. As you can see, that's the pond, and as you can see, trees already lost their leaves. Some trees haven't changed color, and some trees have changed color there. And yeah, as I mentioned, I couldn't find any ducks or anything like that. Okay, so just yeah, I am so I was just checking to make sure it is the raw file. Oh, yes. Straight. Oh, I don't know. We want to straighten it out a little more straight. Okay, there's more. Now, select it. This is the raw file, and that's something that is good to know. That when it's a JPEG, more isn't possible to remove. I guess they move it already for you in the camera. But when it's a raw file, it is selectable. So that's something that's very good to know. And yeah, I don't think exposure will need to be adjusted. Let's see, let's do that with the contrast. All right. So yeah, this is the pond. As you can see, even though it's excuse me, even though it's this resolution instead of the 6000 by 4000, still you can see it looks really, really nice from that railing there. I think it's a wooden railing, but anyway, from there, yeah, you can see it looks really, really nice. And I think I've shared an, I don't know, yeah, I think I shared an image of this pond when I took the picture of it back at the end of May. As you can see, the only difference is there's fall colors, whereas were some green colors, and there were some ducks, and I think there were a couple of other birds in the pond. But yeah, it looks really, really nice, as you can tell. So, that off to Nick Collection. So, we do the polarization, do the sunlight filter, see what we get. Okay, let's just turn down the brightness a bit more. So some extra contrast. A little more saturation there, and then foliage. But again, do the mixed one. That, and a little like that. The graduated neutral density here. blend here, vertical shift a little bit like that. That with the shadows, that with the highlights. You know what? See what the brilliance warmth filter does. Okay. No, better take it out. One thing it's gonna work, so we'll save it and then we'll look. Yeah, I can see a dust spot right there. Oh, I selected wrong image there. There we go. Alright, so let's select that and go into Affinity Photo and take out those dust spots. And as you can tell, like for those of you who have like me, a Nikon D3000 series camera, you'll know that I believe, especially like the D3100 and D3000 and I think also the D3200. I'm not sure, but they're like it they're like 12 or 13 or 14 megapixels. As you can see, it doesn't matter what camera you have, as long as you shoot in RAW, you can make really nice images. And even if you decide to put crop mode in, like for instance, I have a Nikon D7200, and I accidentally put it into a crop mode. It's already a crop sensor camera, but I cropped in more without realizing it. You can still get really good images out of it. What matters is the person behind the camera, not the camera itself. So, um, key is just making sure you understand the camera and learn how to take the photos, learn how to edit them, and you can get really great images. Even if, even if you decide to put it into uh, one of these cropped modes, or like, whether on purpose or by accident, uh, even if just out there taking the pictures, you can easily get good images as you practice more. Right, so let's see if there's any see if there's any other dust spots there. Okay. Okay, so we got all the images, or all the images, all the dust spots from what I can tell. So, export that. Move on to the next one. All right, now, sure. These next two images, now if you remember from the pictures I took at the end of May and posted early on in June, you'll remember that I took some photos of some canoes, right? Um, Now, this little island here is where like behind there, that's where the canoes are placed. Let me just check there. Nope, not there. But yeah, the canoes are over here, and they practice around here. So again, as you can see, many of these there are some fall colors. There's still some there are some trees with leaves, but some don't. So, you know what? Before I edit this photo, I just gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So let's continue editing these photos. All right, so let's here. Yeah, you can now remember before I went to the washroom, I was talking about canoes. You can see it a little bit, but that's a canoe. for those trees. So let's see here. Now, this time it worked. Okay. A selective tone here. Do that. Okay. And try to do that one, and then more, and then let's see. I don't know if we're gonna need the exposure or not. The exposure compensation slider. So we'll do midtones here, shadows here, blacks here. Okay. Some contrast there. I don't think exposure compensation is needed here. So we'll send it off to Color Effects Pro and the finishing touches in there. Okay, so that. Okay, so that's for the polarization. So we'll do the sunlight in here. Okay. Do that. Do that. Okay, we'll do that much brightness. Okay. A little more. Oh, yes, we have to add the filter. Almost made that mistake again. Okay, so foliage. Yeah, that one. A little too strong. A little too strong. Okay. There. So graduated neutral density. Okay. That for lower tonality. Shift it a little bit there. With the shadows a little bit. With the highlights. And we'll check it for any dust spots. Right. So let's check for dust spots here. Seem to be obvious here. I don't see any obvious dust spots here, so okay. Let's export that. Okay. Right, and we'll also do something. So an edit of this picture, right? So we'll do daylight. That. Okay, so you see the haze removal. Now you can see all those clouds. That's why you do it. Okay. I've gone a little too far. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just a little too far. Just gonna select that and select that. Now, Not sure if exposure is needed or not, so let's turn on the highlights a little bit. That to the midtones. That with the shadows. That with the blacks. And that with the contrast. Yeah, I don't think exposure compensation is needed. Right, so let's see here, the polarization. We'll do that much. So we'll want sunlight, not a solarization filter, but as you saw, that's what it looked like. See, that's what solarization looks like. Some weird effects, as you can tell. So yeah, we want the sunlight filter. One to too strong. Let's do that. That brightness a little bit. Contrast. We want it to be a little saturated, like that. And we'll do foliage. Okay, that's a little too strong, so we'll do that much. Then graduated neutral density. That. Blend. Vertical shift. Shadows. Highlights. Okay, we'll check it then for dust spots. Okay, so oh, wrong one. Right, so for dust spots. So you can see we're almost done here. We still got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures. 5 left. All right, so we're almost done. So we'll just check for those dust spots. Make sure that there aren't any. I can't find any here. Yeah, I can't find any dust spots around here. Yeah, looks like yeah, dust spots might be hidden for me, but I couldn't find any, so I'll just export that. Okay. Go on to the next image, and so you see, and oh, I just show you. You see, there's the canoes. Some canoes over there. Okay, that there. Okay, so purple fringing there and more. The reason why I select that now, in case you're wondering, why is it that every time with the chromatic aberration here, I always select that purple fringing button, is because sometimes there's a little extra purple fringing that may not have been caught by the software, so this is just to ensure that it's whatever's left is completely removed. So we'll do that, and do that here, right? That here. Now that looks straight, so we don't have to do anything there. Okay. Right, so we'll finish it up in here. Right. We'll do that for the polarization. And let's see here, the sunlight. That. Okay, and the contrast there. Okay, that for there. And the foliage. Okay, that's a little too much. That's just a bit. Now graduate to neutral density. Okay. That. That. And then shift there. Okay, and then we'll do the shadows here. The highlights there. Right. Save it. And then we'll just check for chromatic, or not chromatic, but dust spots. All right. Yeah, I can't see any, probably because they're hidden by everything, so let's export that. Export. Okay, so on to the next one. Right. As you can see, there's the Carvey Bridge behind in the background here, but this is along that pathway. And as you can see, this gives a nice view of how the fall colors along the river looks. Okay. Yeah, so this is why I took it, because yeah, it really gives a great look of how the fall colors look there. Okay, do that. Yeah, as you can see, some of the haze removal did work. Um, no, that's straight, so we don't have to do that. And the more, right? Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do with the highlights. We'll have to turn them down a little bit more. Midtones, yeah, might have to take them down a little bit. The shadows just a little bit up. Just blacks. Okay, maybe a little bit down. Okay, so we'll do this with the contrast. Okay, so there we go, and now we can send this off to Color Effects Pro. Okay, so almost loaded up into ClariFX Pro, and like I said, think there might be dust spots, but we'll just double check. Okay, so there, and add a filter. We'll add the sunlight filter here. Okay. That. Now we'll turn on that brightness. Okay, like that. Okay, or, well, actually, you know what, let's increase it just a bit more. There we go. Increase the contrast a little bit. Do the foliage filter, do the mixed one just because there's some green as you can see. And we'll do it up to there. And let's see here. Do the graduated neutral density, yep. Okay. Blend, there so we'll do the vertical shift over there. Okay, so we'll do a little bit with the shadows there, or with the highlights. Okay. And we'll check for any dust spots here. As you can see, 3 images to go. Yep. Right. So, let's see. Oh. Okay, I think I figured out what that control button, or what that control key does. You hold the control key, and then you scroll the wheel, it rotates the image like that. So, there is a use for that control key. Right. Oh, look, oops. We'll remove that thing then. See what it is up doing. No, I didn't like how that looks, so we'll remove that. There we go. See any dust spots? Oh, there we go. Now, in case you're wondering how that happened, instead of going right back to this image and it just went down a little, the zoom went down by a little bit. What I did was Command minus. So, yeah, Command plus will increase the zoom, and minus, and if you're on PC, it's Control minus Control plus. Oh. So, yeah, that's pretty much what happened there. No. I shall rename that file through Finder. Okay. Alright, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Now, what? Oh, 3 images left, yep. So, let's go to this one now. Now, in case you're wondering about this one, what happened was, when I was walking back to the Eric Harvey Bridge, I happened to look and I saw that this was the view. And it was. I decided, you know what? Let's walk a little further down south. I want to see if I can get a nice picture of this view. And I did, and as you can see, yeah, it looks really, really nice. As you can see, it looks really, really, really nice. And, oh, that looks so nice, don't you think? That little view there. So that's a little further south from the Arcarvey Bridge. Well, I guess outside of Carbon Park, but looks really, really nice as you can see. Guess we'll do that, and then bring down those highlights. Like that. The midtones. And the shadows, and then the blacks. Oh. Right. And contrast like that. A little extra vibrancy there, not too much. A little extra saturation. I think we'll finish it up in Color Effects Pro. Okay, so, okay, looks like Color Effects Pro is loading up, and, alright. Okay. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of that. Let's see what the sunlight filter does. If it makes a little, let's see if what I can do with it. Turn down that brightness. Yeah, okay, so definitely turning down the brightness helped. Increase the contrast a bit, a little bit of the saturation. A little foliage enhancement, not too much. It's already pretty good. Like 7% there. And the graduated neutral densities should help out a lot. Like that, and then like that. Let's see what happens when we turn that. Okay, like that. Yep, that'll work. That'll work. Okay. A little bit with the shadows, a little bit with the highlights. Yeah, I think we're good. So the only thing we need to do is check for dust spots. And we'll have 2 images to go. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's do that and just, oh, yeah, let's remove that. Like I said, that might be a bird, but I don't really want to take a chance there. Okay, let's get rid of all that. Okay. May not be dust spots, but there's a lot of those little, I don't know what those are. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's any dust spots here. Well, I know there's those little things there. Like I said, those might be birds. Oh, yeah, they definitely might be birds, but it's better just to remove them in case they were other things. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Don't see any dust spots in here, but I see a lot of those little, like, you know, these little things. I don't, like I said, they might be birds. But, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. See any dust spots here? said. There don't seem to be any dust spots around here, so yeah. Okay, so we'll export that. Okay. Now, I believe there's one more image to go, or two more? Two more, okay. I don't remember where this was, but yeah, as you can see, it's a little way to show the all colors there. Right. In case you're wondering what kind of file sizes these end up being, I'll just show you. Still, they're pretty big, 24 megabytes, even though, and pretty big. And this one is what? Yeah, so not much difference when you're talking about JPEGs. So, okay, so I think that could have been a little straighter here. All right. Okay, yeah, that looks a little straighter. Okay. Oh, and we want that. Let's see here, more. And there's purple fringing. That helps get rid of whatever's left over. That's why I keep selecting it. Okay. So what we do is we do the lights a little bit more there. Mid-tones. The shadows. Okay, yeah, I want to blur the blacks a bit. Let's do that with the contrast. Do a bit of that with the micro contrast, and then a little extra with that. A little extra with that, and then we'll do well, that's in the yeah. So as you saw, like in terms of the file sizes when the images are taken, like it doesn't matter if it's the full, like it doesn't matter like in terms of the camera you're using, whether it's crop sensor, full sensor. As you see, the file sizes are different, of course. But when you're talking about the JPEGs, like there's not too much of a difference between the full size and if you actually choose or if you intentionally choose like a more cropped file, like 14, like if you want a 21 or 22 or 23 or 24 megapixel or whatever. It's like of course when you take the actual picture, it's a big file, but when you put it into JPEG, you saw it, right? Like 14, 15, 16 megapixel. It's it can still be a pretty big file depending on what you do with it. Oh, I thought I was selecting that slider for the brightness. Okay, we'll do that. No, I want full H first, and we'll enhance that a little bit, not too much. Graduated neutral density. Yeah, we'll do that. A little bit of that. Maybe blend it a little bit. Okay. Alright, so there. The shadows. I don't really have to do anything with that. Okay, so we'll check for any dust spots, and then we'll move on to the final image. Right. Oh, I kind of need to go in here. Right, so we'll open that up with Affinity Photo. I don't know what that is, but we better remove it. Remove that. 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 Here. Oh, that's a dust spot. Big one that wasn't obvious before. And there's, well, I don't know what that is, but I'll try to remove it. Check. Okay. Okay. Let's see what else there is. We'll remove those two things. Okay, and remove that. Okay. Oh, I don't know what all this is, but let's hope that it all gets removed in one go like this. See how it works. Oh, it worked! I was a little worried that there might be a little something in there. And okay, so it looks like we have to remove all of these little things from there. So, if they were clearly showing as birds, I would have kept them in there, but they're not, so that's why. Okay. And that's why I'm removing all these, because these aren't obvious. Oh, okay, so it's a dust spot that, oh, remove that. Okay, let's try and remove that can. There we go! Okay, so, okay. Alright, looks like, oh, let's just remove that thing. Okay, there. Um, doesn't look like there's any other dust spots or anything else that needs to be removed. Oh. Now, again, in case you're wondering how I got it to the regular size image like this, I just did a, like on the Mac it's Command 0, on a PC would be Control 0. Right, and we have one more image, and that's gonna be it. Okay. Right. Now, this last image here. Now, the reason why I took this one was because, remember I mentioned the lens hood and how in the corners it seemed like it was blocking out everything. This was one of them that I thought might have been one of those that got ruined, but I don't think it was. But in the end, I looked at it and yeah, it worked out nicely. So we'll just do that. Well, let's turn down the exposure just a bit, or maybe that's a little too much. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, like that. We'll do that with the contrast. Do that with that. Then send it off to there. Alright, so let's work on this final image. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. You see that dust spot there, so we'll have to remove that. So let's add the. But we'll first do these filters here. Let's see here. We'll do that, 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 okay, and that. So now with the foliage, yeah, not that strong. Let's do it a little bit. Okay. The graduated neutral density. Okay, and we'll do that. Okay, so we'll save it, and there's that one dust spot that I can see. So we'll take care of that and then see if there's any other dust spots, and then, yeah, we'll be done. Okay. So there it is. There's that dust spot. Was gives to me, and what else there is? And oh, that might be one. I'm not sure, but I think that is one. Let's see. Dust spots. Just see. I don't see any other dust spots. I don't see any other dust spots, so yeah. We'll export that. Then that's it. We're done now. Alright, so yeah, that's it. We're all done with these photos here. I'll just quit that. Don't want to quit OBS on our first raid out, but let me just find somebody to raid. Okay, so let's just find somebody to raid. Let's see here. Let me just find somebody to raid. Probably have to go into. The person I wanted to raid is not on now, so okay, we'll look for somebody else to raid. Let me just go into Discord and if I can find a person who needs viewers to raid. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can Let's check in here first. Let's see if there's somebody in here. Oh. Okay, so, just find someone. Let me just see if I can find somebody to raid. Let's see if somebody from here. Let's see here. Let's see. See if this person's on and how many viewers they have. Oh, only one. They're playing. Looks like they're playing Dead by Daylight, and they only have one viewer right now. Let's see. It looks like they're okay. So I think I found the person we're gonna raid. The username is Flash2Fast94. He's playing Dead by Daylight right now. He's part of Mythical Meadow. As you know, I'm also part of that Discord. So yeah, let me just get everything set up. Just get everything set up and get ready to raid out. Okay, let me just check to make sure that I spelled the username right. Oh, thanks for the lurk wit. I really appreciate it. Hope your editing stuff goes well. And yeah, I just finished up with the editing of the photos I'm rating out. Uh, yeah, but if you could stick around, that would be really great. Okay, so just making sure that I what's her last name? 4. Okay, so we're gonna be yeah. So looks like I spelled the username right. Okay, and so before I make this raid official, thank you everybody for coming in today for this special photo editing stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. Thanks for the follows. I really appreciate that. So let me just check to make sure I didn't miss anything else. Uh, well, thank you for the host, Noel. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who kept me company while I was working today. It's really great of you all for to come in and chat with me and hang out with me. It was really great. Oh, and before I forget this, thank you, Swearjar Games, for that raid. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, if anybody from that raid is still around, I hope you're able to learn some things about editing photos and about photography in general. So the next stream is going to be tomorrow night. It's going to be retro night. I'll be playing NBA Live 97 for the Sega Genesis. Start time will be between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. So hopefully you'll be able to make it. So let me just make this raid official. Oh, okay. So it looks like we have everybody in here. Right now that we're on the timer, let me just wrap this up. Again, thank you everybody for coming in today to watch this special photo editing stream. Really hope you learned a lot about photography and editing photos. Thank you for hanging out with me and keeping me company throughout the stream. I really appreciate it. Uh, thank you for the bits. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, Swearjar Games, for that raid. That was really great of you. Thank you, Noel, for the host. So as I mentioned, the next stream is going to be tomorrow evening. Start time between 7:30, 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. It'll be Retro Night. It'll be NBA Live 97 for Sega Genesis. So hopefully I'll be able to see you all there. Let's say hi to Flash Too Fast 94.
The Fantastic 121 just rated the channel with 5 viewers. The Fantastic 121 just hosted the 1 viewer. OG